Murder at midnight.
No, Betty, no. Don't make me.
I say yes. It's got to be. And now and here, she's got to die.
Betty.
I say yes. Here, I'll hold her arm.
All right, Betty, but...
No, don't. I don't want to die.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in Nightmare. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's Masters of the Macabre. Our story, by Joseph Ruskall, is one of the most terrifying and fantastic nightmares we've ever heard. Its title, Nightmare.
What's the matter? Helen, wake up, for Pete's sake. Hey, stop it, Helen, stop it. It's me, it's Ernie.
What? Oh, where am I?
In bed. Where do you suppose? It's almost 12 o'clock. I wish you'd let me get some sleep.
Oh, thank heaven. Oh, must have been just a dream. Oh, thank the Lord. Oh, Ernie, it was so real. I dreamed somebody was leaning over me just now with a pillow. Oh, it was horrible. They were trying to smother me to death. And Ernie.
Yeah?
It was you.
What? Oh, me. Oh, that's a beaut. Where's the light? Oh, my aching back. Why, you poor, foolish little... Come here, Butch. I'll kiss you back.
No, don't touch me. Keep away.
Huh? What is this?
That pillow in your hand.
Oh, for crying out, Bells. Can't I even straighten it out?
Sorry, dear. Gee, don't mind me, but that horrible nightmare, it seemed so real. Oh, darling, wasn't that crazy? You, the sweetest, gentlest husband in the world.
Well, then why...
Oh, Ernie, now please don't look so hurt.
Now I can't even look hurt. I just murdered my wife in her sleep, didn't I?
No, you were just about to. I mean...
Oh, now what the... Everything's happening tonight. Hello. What? Who? Wrong number. And what's more, this is a heck of a time to be ringing. Why, what a nerve. On a night. Thought maybe that was the police you phoned in your dream. Now will you go to sleep?
Ernie Kraft, I'm sure I didn't mean to insinuate anything. I was just telling you my dream. You asked, didn't you?
Oh, you're a character. I guess I'll have to put you in that book I never wrote, too. Well, now what?
That was in it, too.
Huh?
That book you never wrote. You've nagged about it so much, no wonder. Oh, and that look when you bent over me like a madman.
Oh.
Ernie, what on earth do you suppose made me have a nightmare?
That's easy. You would insist on eating hamburgers after the show tonight.
Yes, I did, didn't I, when we got out of the movies? Hamburgers, of course. Ernie, they were part of my dream, too. Hamburgers. Oh. Ernie, stop punching on that pillow, please.
All right. Go ahead, then. Better tell me your dream, all of it. Neither of us will sleep until you do. I'll just light this butt. Now, let's have it. Gruesome details.
Well, I don't know if I can remember now. It was all so hazy and terrifying.
Well, what happened before I smothered you with a pillow?
A crazy quilt. Something about your job, and I was a millstone around your neck, and hamburgers, and you hated me, and July 15th.
July 15th?
Yes, I can't imagine what that meant.
Look. Start at the start. Why did I decide to murder you?
Because of that other woman, your secret love.
Huh?
You promised her you'd kill me tonight when I was asleep.
My secret love?
Yes, she had you in her spell.
Oh, that's kind of bad casting, isn't it, Butch? I'm the dishes and dustpan type, remember? In the 5 years we've been married, have I ever looked at another?
I know. I told you it was a crazy dream.
Maybe you want me to eliminate my one night a week out, too. My Saturday gin rummy with the boys.
Oh, no.
Who was my secret love? Did she have a face?
Well, this is the silliest part of it, Ernie. It's absolutely ridiculous. It was that girl, Betty Daniels.
Betty Daniels? Who's she?
You remember that tall, dark-haired artist I introduced you to at Cape Cod last summer? At the exhibition.
No, I don't. Oh, wait a minute. Trousers, long cigarette holder, very intense?
Yes, very intense.
But what the devil? What was she doing in your dream? We said hello to her, we walked off, and that was that. Casual.
Yes, I know. I hardly remember her myself. I can't imagine why I dreamt of her. Why?
No,
don't touch me. Don't. No. Oh, that dream. That awful dream. So crazy. And yet it seemed to be telling me something, warning me. Strange and weird. You know how dreams are. First thing I remember is Provincetown and us looking at the art exhibition just the way we did last summer. Only now the picture was about 10 feet tall and hanging crooked. And then she came along. Betty Daniels. Just the way she did then.
Hello, Helen?
And I introduced you the same as I did then. Only not exactly the same. Like in a dream. You know, silly. Betty Daniels, this is my husband, Ernest. He is very faithful to me.
How do you do?
How do you do? We've never met.
That's a marvelous Goya painting, Helen, don't you think? Or do you prefer hamburgers?
Well,
My wife prefers hamburgers, Miss Daniels.
Oh, I didn't know.
only after a movie, though. Anyway, I'm sure I can't tell one painting from another. My husband's the art lover in the family, I guess. And I just tag along for the fish. Only I don't like fish. I like hamburgers.
I know. You don't wear trousers like I do. You're fluffy.
Betty and I met on the beach, Ernie. She's a painter. Our rowboats got tangled. That's how we met.
Yes, it was all very casual. I hardly remember.
Well.
Ernie and I are going back to New York today. Isn't that a shame? I wish you two wouldn't stare at each other so.
Well, we better run along, Helen. Lots of packing to do.
Ernie has got to get back to his silly old job. He's a reporter.
A reporter? Shouldn't he write a book he never wrote?
Well, imagine. That's what he always says. Well, goodbye. I'm wondering why I'm thinking of you now. Goodbye.
Bye.
The scenes sort of dissolve into each other like a kind of dream movie. And I'm trembling with fright because I have a feeling I know how the plot's going to end. The next thing I remember, Ernie, I'm in a penthouse apartment on Park Avenue. Everything zigzag, even the butler. And I'm the maid, Helen, there. And what I'm doing is turning pages for Betty Daniels while she plays the piano. For you, Ernie. Isn't that crazy? Neither of you hardly notice me at all, and I keep trying to open my mouth. Like that. But it's stuck, and I'm absolutely frozen at what I overhear.
Darling,
Yes, Butch.
love our loveness.
Out of this world. This is heaven.
Ernie, do you ever call your wife Butch?
Never. What gave you that idea? I hate the very sight of her.
She's really a little ignoramus.
You're telling me she prefers hamburgers.
Ernie, do you think she suspects yet?
Of course not. She thinks I'm at a gin rummy game.
Darling, you're blind, but she's not. She knows.
She knows. How'd she find out?
You may go, Helen. Helen, do you hear me? Why don't you go? Answer me. Have you lost your tongue? Oh, well, there's murder in the air.
How'd she find out, Betty? Tell me.
Darling, do you suppose she doesn't know what happened last summer in Provincetown? After we all said goodbye, you came to look for your cigarette lighter. She knew you hadn't lost your lighter, that you'd come back to ask me for my New York telephone number.
She knew?
Of course, intuition. She knows we've been having a secret affair ever since. I can't go on like this. I'm tired of being just a gin rummy excuse. Ernie, if you love me, you'll do what I promised.
But I pity her so.
Don't be a fool. Isn't it her fault you never wrote that book you never wrote?
It's true. She wouldn't let me give up my job. She's a millstone around my neck.
Then get rid of her, Ernie. Get rid of her, and I'll bring your genius to the world. I've plenty of money, and you can give up reporting and write that book. Fulfill your destiny.
Fulfill my destiny. Oh, Betty, you'll help me.
Yes, but only if you forget July 15th. You'll forget about July 15th. It won't mean a thing to you from now on.
Not a thing, I promise.
And you'll do away with her. The way I told you.
Yes, like you told me.
The pillow.
The pillow. Shh, don't let her hear.
Just look at her standing there at the piano. You've been spying on us, Helen, haven't you? Haven't you? Answer, have you lost your tongue? Oh, don't try to fool us. We know you're the real Helen and not the maid. She's heard everything we've said, Ernie. So we'll have to kill her now.
Unless she gives me a divorce.
Will you give him a divorce? Answer or we'll finish you right now. Very well. Here's the pillow, Ernie. Right now. I'll hold her on.
Answer, Helen. Don't make me do it. Answer, Helen. I pity you, but I hate you.
You let her cry. Look at her. Stricken dumb. Her mouth's moving, but she's not saying anything.
What are you trying to say? Helen, please don't make me do it. Will you give me a divorce? Tell me.
Ernie, stop. Fools we are. Do you want her body found here? Well, hang for it.
She's got to die. She's got
to. No, not here. Not like this. There must be some other way. Later tonight, Ernie. After the movies. Hamburgers. She'll get hungry for hamburgers. She's bound to. The waiter will ask her how she wants them. That'll give you the clue. And then, when she's asleep... and they'll find her in her bed. The perfect crime. Don't you see, Ernie? Hamburgers.
A frightened girl reliving a dream that was more terrible than any reality. A dream that could even become more terrible as the clock on the mantel ticks on and the hands draw closer to 12 o'clock and...
Murder at midnight.
And now back to Murder at Midnight and Nightmare.
Well, let's hear the rest of this dream of yours, Helen. What happened after that?
Well, it was after that it really got bad. It was so crazy, but so real. I don't know what stopped you, Ernie. Kept you from killing me then, but you didn't. And still, I knew you were going to. You dragged me out into the street and then into a movie and then out again. And I looked at you and you were crying because you'd made up your mind to finish me off when we got home.
You should have let me write that book, Helen. You should have.
And I kept crying, I love you, Ernie. Don't kill me, please. Don't kill me tonight.
But I've got to. I've got to. I pity you, but I've got to.
And you pulled me along through the streets again. I was terrified. And then I saw a policeman and I cried to him, Officer!
Yes? What is it, lady?
Please save me. My husband here wants to kill me.
Oh, wants to kill you, eh? Why, that's a crime. A felony.
Oh, why are you joking? Don't joke about it. Do something, please. I'm frightened to death.
Don't pay any attention to her, officer. She's dreaming.
I'm not. Don't believe him. He wants to wait till I go to sleep tonight. And then as soon as I fall asleep...
Oh, come now, lady. He wouldn't do it to you in your sleep. Why, you're cute. Not in her sleep now. Would you, mister?
Of course not, officer. Not in her sleep. As a matter of fact, we're stopping off first for a hamburger. She's hungry.
No, I'm not. I mean, I am, but I don't dare. I'm starving, but I don't dare. He's just waiting for me to order one, officer, to see what I'll say. And then he'll take me home and kill me.
Oh, lady, stop. Sure, and you're breaking me heart.
Come along, dear.
No, officer, please protect me. Don't let him take me,
Come
please.
along, I say. Darling.
And then we were in the little lunchroom in our neighborhood, around the corner from our house, sitting on stools. The counterman came over to us. He winked at you, Ernie, and you winked back at him, and he said...
Evening, folks. What do you have?
You looked at me, but I shook my head. I shook my head, and the tears were streaming down my face.
I tell you what, Joe. Make it 2 hamburgers. Right. Rare, medium, or well? Medium, Joe. Make mine medium. Right. And the little lady? How do you have yours, Helen? How do you like yours? Make hers medium, too, Joe. 2 hamburgers, medium.
2 medium, coming out.
And what do you have on them, folks? Relish or onion? Relish. Make mine with relish, Joe. Right. And the little lady? The man's talking to you, Helen. How'll you have yours? Answer him, I say. Answer him. This is it. How'll you have yours?
No, I won't tell him. If I do, you'll know how to do it, so I won't tell him. I won't. The next thing I dreamt, we were home again, sitting in the parlor, everything exactly the same, Ernie, just like tonight before we went to bed. But in my dream, I was sitting paralyzed, in a cold sweat, waiting for the word from you that meant my death.
Well, Butch, I guess we better hit the hay. What do you say? What do you say, darling?
No, wait, Ernie, did I tell that counterman how I wanted my hamburgers served?
Of course, dear.
What did I say? I can't seem to remember.
Oh, I forget to... Come along to bed.
No, I don't want to go to bed yet. Please don't make me go to bed. I'm scared.
Helen. Come to bed, darling. Like a good little girl. Hmm?
We went to bed. And then you said...
And now, lights out, eh?
I tried to think of everything I knew to keep awake. I wondered whether I ought to count to 100 or whether counting would put me to sleep. I tried not to count, but I felt myself getting sleepier and sleepier.
Asleep, honey?
I heard, but I pretended not to. I fought to keep my eyes open. I knew I would die if I closed them.
Asleep, Butch?
I didn't answer. I couldn't if I wanted to. I was so scared. And then pretty soon I heard you stirring ever so quietly. And in a moment you were leaning over me. Oh, Ernie, I know it was just a dream, but it was so real. And there was hatred in your eyes, and there was a pillow in your hand, and I knew you were going to do it right then, and
Oh, that's a beaut, that's a honey. Oh, my aching back. Darling, when you have a nightmare, you sure do it up golden brown and creamy.
Wasn't it crazy? Oh, darling, wasn't it mad?
Oh, wait till I tell it around the office tomorrow. Oh, this is too good, dear.
But, Ernie, how does a person have a horrible dream like that? What does it mean?
Oh, it's a cinch. I'll interpret it for you, and without a dream book,
You
too.
will? Well, go on then, Ernie. Tell me.
Okay, then here it is. First of all, a dream always means the opposite, right? You ever hear that?
Yes, I have. That's right, it does.
Which means I must love you simply awful. Granted?
Granted, silly. But goodness, what about the rest of it?
Easiest thing in the world. Darling, where'd we go tonight?
To a movie?
What kind of a movie?
It was a murder story. Gee, that's right. Do you think that was...
Now, don't interrupt, Butch. Who was starring in the movie?
Betty Davis?
Repeat the first name.
Betty.
And the villainess in the dream, my secret love, the girl we met last summer, was also Betty. Betty Daniels.
Oh!
Well, that gave you Betty on the brain when you went to sleep tonight, and movies and murder, and those hamburgers you did stop to eat after the show wrapped up the whole sequence. And no wonder. They're still lying on my stomach, too.
Well, what was the pillow doing in it?
Sweetness and light, what were you talking about early this evening? That chore you intend to get after someday?
Oh, yes, I've got to stuff the pillows. They're caved in the way the feathers have come out.
Right, that's your pillow you had on the brain, which brings me back to the hamburgers.
Yes, I was going to ask you. I mean, that nonsense of how did I want my hamburgers. What did all that mean, for heaven's sake?
Precious, How did you order your hamburgers done tonight? Remember?
No, I can't recall.
Of course you can. Think now. How do you almost always order your hamburgers?
Smothered in onions. Oh, Ernie, of course. Smothered in onions. Smother, pillow, smother with a pillow.
Check.
Oh, my heaven sakes alive. Oh, my gosh. So that was it. Oh, if that doesn't beat... Ernie, that was wonderful. Really. The way you did that, figured that all out. I think you'd make a terrific detective.
So I'm a police reporter. Close enough.
Darling, it's made me think, though, but maybe I have been a little bit selfish.
What do you mean?
Well, that book you always want to write. Maybe I ought to let you give up your job and try.
Oh, and have us both starve? Nuts. Anyway, in my sane moments, Helen, I've always known the truth. I'm no writer. If I had it in me, it would have come out of me, job or no job.
I could go back to work again, you know. I could take up nursing again. It was pretty hard,
No, nonsense. I won't have it. I won't say any more about it, and that's fine. You're a swell guy, though, Butch. To offer to.
Oh, there was one thing more, Ernie.
Yeah?
What do you suppose that was all that about July 15th, about your forgetting July 15th? What did that mean, you know?
Yeah. Don't you?
Well, no, I can't. It does seem familiar, but I can't seem to... Where are you going?
Get something out of my wallet. Wait a minute. What's the date of our anniversary, Helen?
July 15th, of course. Tomorrow. What was that?
Right. You've had that on the brain, too.
Oh.
Here. Little present for you, darling.
Oh, what on earth? Tickets. 2 railroad tickets to Montreal.
Right again. We're taking an anniversary trip. I wanted to surprise you when you woke up, but... Well, anyway, happy anniversary, baby.
Oh, Ernie, oh, you great big precious darling. How can I ever... You didn't forget. You always did before, but this time you didn't. Oh, Ernie, I just can't stand it. First that dream, and then finding out that it did me just the opposite.
No, Helen, don't.
It's so sweet of you. I'm so thrilled. Montreal, where we had our honeymoon, and you haven't forgotten. Oh, Ernie, I do hope I've been a good wife to you. And if there's anything I ever... I mean, if you want me to, I can always change.
Oh, darling, I wouldn't want you any different for the world. I want you to stay just the same sweet little girl I married. And now, let's get some shut-eye, huh? Lights out?
All right. And I'm going to put the tickets right here under the pillow. And have a happy dream for a change.
Good night, Butch.
You haven't kissed me? Mm. Good night, dear.
Asleep, darling. Darling, are you asleep? Hello?
Ernie?
You shouldn't have phoned before, Betty. She was still awake.
I had to know. Is it done?
Not yet.
You got the tickets?
Yes,
It has to be tonight. You promised.
I know.
Is she asleep now?
Yes. Just gone off.
Then what are you waiting for?
Nothing. I'll do it now. Right now. As soon as I hang up.
Putting down the phone, Ernie turns and picks the pillow off his bed as the clock finishes striking 12.
Murder at midnight.
remember to be with us again when death appears out of the darkness, wearing the face of one you know, and the clocks strike 12 for...
Murder at Midnight.
The part of Helen was played by Elspeth Eric. Walter Vaughn was Ernie. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theater. Starring Virginia Mayo and Dennis Morgan in This Woman is Dangerous. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. So often when the guilty try to reform from a life of crime, they find themselves tied inexorably to the past. Such is the predicament in tonight's play, This Woman is Dangerous, when a beautiful woman in love with a famous doctor is unable to sever her tie with a vicious member of her gang. And as our stars of this suspenseful screen hit from the Warner Brothers studios, we have Dennis Morgan in his original role, co-starring with lovely Virginia Mayo. Now, This Woman is Dangerous, starring Virginia Mayo as Beth Austin and Dennis Morgan as Dr. Ben Halleck. A few hours ago in New Orleans, a nightclub and gambling casino was held up and robbed. The crime was exceedingly well planned. The police had very little to work on.
Come on in, McGill. Well, what'd you find out? Nothing. Not even a fingerprint. Lindsay's got the owner downstairs. He's booking him for running a gambling house.
Well, he must suspect somebody. Get to him.
The only one he can think of is a girl, somebody named Austin, Beth Austin. Seems that just before the robbery, she wanted some big bills changed. Well, they'd no more than opened up the safe for her when the holdup took place.
What do you think that proves?
Well, not very much, Captain. Anyway, the dame's been a good customer. Been in there almost every night for over a month. You may be right, Captain. She may have been setting it up for them.
Well, get hold of her. See what she's got to say.
I was just about to tell you. She's been living at the Hotel Picon, only she's checked out suddenly. No forwarding address.
Beth Austin, huh? Any record on her?
No, sir. Not here. But we can pick her up at noon. Like I said, they don't know where she went. But they do know that she made reservations for Indianapolis on the 12 o'clock plane.
Okay, get down there. No, let her alone. Let her take the plane. She's high class, huh?
Hotel Picon. Plenty of looks and swell clothes.
I got a pretty good friend in Indianapolis. FBI. Fellow by the name of Harry Franklin. Put a call through, will you, McGill? There's just a chance that Franklin might be interested.
Where have you been, Beth? Said you'd be here an hour ago.
There were some things I had to attend to at the hotel. Matt, what's wrong?
Nothing. Nothing's wrong.
Things to attend to, huh? What happened, Beth? The maid who brought you breakfast in bed forget the doily?
You let her alone, Will. She doesn't feel well.
After last night, I feel fine. We should all feel fine.
Shut up. Beth, we've got another job lined up. Baton Rouge, tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night? Are you crazy?
What's so wrong with it?
Look, how long did it take us to work out the details at that gambling club?
About 2 months. Why?
Because by now you should understand that this sort of thing needs to be planned.
When are you going to stop listening to her? We did all right before she ever came in.
Matt, how much did we make last night?
Close to $90,000.
This Baton Rouge deal is good for another 20. And it's wide open.
I don't care if it's $1 million. We're not going to touch it. What do you think the police are doing? We're red hot.
Yeah. She's right, Will. Tell the boys it's off. Go on, get out of here. Making a mistake. So I'm making a mistake. Tell them.
You had breakfast there? You want coffee? Nothing, thanks. And let us alone for a minute, will you? Sure.
Go with Will. Ann said you didn't feel well. Another headache?
Same one. Matt, you made me a promise. No risky job. Don't break that promise while I'm gone.
Well, you're gone. Where?
Indiana. That private hospital I told you about. It's my eyes, Matt. I have to have an operation.
Who said so?
The doctor I saw yesterday.
Why didn't you tell me you saw a doctor?
Oh, because of last night. I didn't want to upset you.
Last night? That's why you moved it up to last night, huh? So you could get away sooner. Not with me, but from me. So you could get your cut and beat it.
So I could help you before I had to go away.
How come Indiana? Why not here?
Because the best doctor is there.
He knows you're coming? He's waiting for you?
Yes. I sent him a telegram. I can't stand it much longer, Matt. These headaches are driving me out of my mind.
But you don't even bother to tell me. What sort of a routine is this?
Something I wouldn't lie about.
That guy in Miami was something you wouldn't lie about either, remember?
That was your fault. You stopped listening to me and listened to your cute little brother.
Will had nothing to do with that guy in Frisco, remember that?
A lot of men have looked at me. But what you don't remember is that I don't look back. Unless you start making sense...
Don't do it, Beth. Don't even try it.
Then don't drive me away from you. Every time you're broke, you say, I'm going to look for someone better. Every time you're in the money, you say, I'm going to take my cut and get out. I'm sick of hearing it, Matt.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you say that it's gratitude. But the only reason I'm sticking with you is because you gave me a helping hand when I...
Forget it, will you? I said I was sorry. How long will you be gone?
I don't know.
Okay. We'll stay undercover for a couple of days and then take the trailer and head for Nashville.
Keep away from the cities, Matt.
So we'll hole up in the cottage then. That make you happy?
And stay at the cottage.
When will I hear from you, Beth?
It depends on the operation. Here's the address. It's about 10 miles from Indianapolis. But don't phone and don't write. There's no sense taking any chance.
We'll be taking the chance, honey. Me or you?
Say goodbye to Ann for me and try to keep that brother of yours in line.
Oh, Will's okay. I can handle
Just
Will.
keep your promise, Matt, and stay away from trouble. We've got one chance to be smart, to quit while we're ahead.
Yeah, we'll talk about it sometime. Now, this operation is nothing serious.
I told you. No, it's not very serious.
All right, take it easy, Beth. Only don't forget I'll be waiting for you. And just don't get any ideas.
Well, Dr. Halleck, what's the verdict?
We can talk about that later. I want you to sit down again. Now look straight ahead, please.
There's 2 white dots on the wall.
That's right. Just as you did before. Now fix your attention on that small dot and tell me if the large one disappears. Can you see it?
Yes.
Can you still see it?
It's moving now.
Out of your vision?
I'm not sure. It's so hazy.
Let's try it again.
I just can't concentrate, Dr. Halleck. My head, it's aching so everything's blurred.
How long have you been having these attacks?
For almost a year. But they weren't really severe until a few weeks ago.
If you look just straight ahead, Miss Austin, just forget about the dots. Keep your eyes open. Both eyes, please. You're sensitive to any strong light, aren't you?
I just can't look at a bright light. My head starts to whirl.
And you've seen several doctors, you said?
Yes. Some of them mentioned an operation, but I just didn't have the time.
Well, you should have made time.
I wasn't really frightened until the doctor in New Orleans told me.
Told you what, Miss Austin?
He said that without an operation, I'd probably go completely blind.
He didn't pull any punches, did he?
I insisted that he tell me the truth. I had to know.
Well, I'm afraid his diagnosis was correct.
He told me to come to you, Dr. Halleck, that if anyone could help me...
I'd rather not try, Miss Austin. The operation is exceedingly delicate. The odds are all against it.
But you have performed it.
Yes.
Successfully.
On rare occasions.
Then why not operate on me?
Because if I fail, you'll be permanently blind.
I'm not afraid to take the risk.
What about your family? Friends?
I have no one.
You've thought this over carefully?
I'm going blind, Dr. Halleck. More than that, I get these unbearable headaches. Sometimes they're so bad that... Yes. I've thought it over very carefully.
If you have any phone calls you'd like to make, any letters you want to write, the nurse will help you.
What does that mean?
If we're going to operate, the sooner the better. Tomorrow morning, Miss Austin.
Oh, thank you.
Hello. Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Mason, this is Franklin. You looking for me?
Better get back to the office, Harry. There's a teletype coming through. Something to do with that Austin woman. Make sure she's still in the hospital first.
I checked this morning. She's still there.
Then make it fast. This looks like something hot.
Well, what's it all about, Doug? Where's the teletype?
In a minute. Now, what's the latest on Miss Austin?
Well, operation on her eyes 6 days ago at Halleck's Hospital. Be a while yet before they can take off the bandages.
Dr. Halleck know we're checking on her?
Nobody knows except one of the orderlies and the switchboard operator. They tell me Halleck's very interested in her case. She's received no mail, no one sent flowers. What's the push? You get a break on that holdup in the woman?
It's a lot more than that. The state trooper's been killed in Arkansas. They didn't find his body until this morning. Apparently, he'd stopped a car on the highway, a car and a trailer. The trailer was found some distance from the road with the trooper's body. They just identified it as belonging to Matt and Will Jackson.
Jackson body?
They're believed to be heading into Tennessee. Now, getting back to Beth Austin. You said she had a record.
Yeah, 5 years ago in Chicago. Served 6 months of a 1-year sentence for embezzlement. As far as we know, she's been a good girl ever since.
Except she left her fingerprints in that trailer, which means that sometime before she entered the hospital, she was with the Jackson brothers. So get back to the hospital and stay there. I'll put Taylor and Agent on it with you.
Right.
Beth Austin is now our best bet to lead us to the Jacksons.
Don't tell me. It's Dr. Halleck.
How did you know, Miss Austin?
I'm beginning to recognize footsteps. It's so strange living in a dark world, having to see with your other senses. Well, how am I doing?
You're coming along fine.
I suppose it does have its advantages. Drifting in the dark, you don't have to face reality.
I think you can always face reality. You have a great deal of courage.
How much longer?
Well, I think we can take the bandages off in another few days. Then we'll know. Oh, come in, Maggie. I'll see you this afternoon, Miss Austin.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Well, hello, Maggie. What kind of a day is it?
No different than any other day, Miss Austin.
From where I sit, it's different. Dr. Halleck, he seemed quite pleased with my condition.
Why wouldn't he be? You're doing fine.
Oh, pray for me, Maggie.
You don't need any prayers, just vitamins. Here, swallow this stuff. Oh, I've got news for you. Starting today, you can take phone calls.
Thanks, but nobody's going to call me. Not here.
Oh? Well, anything I can do for you?
Oh, I don't think so. Oh, you can turn on the radio if you will.
10 o'clock news again, huh?
Please.
You and the news. You afraid you're going to miss out on something?
I like to know what's going on in the world.
One of these days you're going to read what's going on.
I hope so, Maggie. Keep your fingers crossed.
Matt, take it easy, will you? You'll hear from Beth as soon as she...
I should have heard from her 3 or 4 times by now.
If she can't talk on the phone, she can't write. Oh, I sure hope she's doing okay.
You want my opinion?
Nobody's asked for it, so keep quiet.
She wanted. She could get a letter out some way. Sure, if she wanted to. She's no good for you, Matt. Take a look at yourself. Can't even think in a straight line anymore. She knows where we are. She knows that we'll be hiding out here at the cottage. The least she could do is... keep giving me the needle, Will, and one of these days... I'm not talking just to hear myself talk. I don't like what she's doing to you. She's such a hot rock, why didn't she marry you like Ann married me? I never asked her to. Why not? Scared she'd say no? I'm getting out of here.
Matt.
I'll be back. I'm just going into town. What for? Got to make a phone call. If I don't get straightened out, I'll go nuts.
Hello?
Beth.
Matt. Matt, where are you?
You know where I am.
What's gotten into you? Wait a minute. Is that Will listening in?
No, I'm in a booth in town. Why?
I thought I heard a peculiar click.
Yeah, I did too.
I've been listening to the radio, the news broadcast. I heard what happened. It's bad enough breaking your promise, but have you run crazy?
Skip it. All I want to know is what you're doing.
I won't skip it. Now listen to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Austin. I didn't know you were on the phone.
I can't talk anymore. Yes, that'll be all, thank you. Come in, Doctor. It was nothing important.
Well, I have something that is. It's what we've been waiting for.
Dr. Halleck.
I'm going to remove the bandages. But don't open your eyes until I tell you to. Your pulse is rapid, Miss Austin. Well, it should be. You wouldn't be human if you weren't scared. Now, don't concern yourself about pain. There won't be any.
Just tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready, Miss Austin. The bandages are off. Now, open your eyes. Can you see anything?
There's a light. There on the floor. It's by the door, I think.
Yes. The sunlight's coming in under the door. Now, look up. Look away from it.
Oh, it's so good to see it.
Now, what else can you see? It won't be easy. The room's darkened.
A vase. A vase of flowers. A light fixture. A chest of drawers. A doorknob.
How many fingers am I holding up?
5.
How many now?
Just one.
Completely in focus?
Yes.
Hallelujah.
Oh, Dr. Halleck, I'm so grateful to you.
You had as much to do with it as I did. Now I've got a present for you. Pinpoint goggles. They'll protect your eyes until they're readjusted again to the light.
Thank you.
You're a remarkable woman. No tears.
I want to cry, but I never can when anyone else is around. Doctor, how soon can I leave here?
Well, there's still a lot of tests to be made.
How long will they take?
Slow down, Miss Austin. You've been a model patient up to now. You're going to have to face the fact that the danger is far from past. I'm sure you wanted permanent results, otherwise you wouldn't have undergone this ordeal.
Yes, of course.
So let's forget about time. You just wear these goggles until I tell you to take them off. We'll start the test in the morning. Now, any other questions?
No. No other questions, Dr. Halleck. What is it, Matt? What's wrong? Couldn't you get her on the telephone?
I got her, Ann. I got her.
We're staying here, aren't we? You haven't got any crazy ideas about going after her?
We're staying for a while anyway. Where's Will?
Inside, sleeping.
Oh. I called the hospital and she answered, see? Only somebody else was listening.
How can you be sure? It was long distance. Why, you know how sometimes...
I said somebody else was listening. I got to know who and I got to know why.
She's okay, Matt. Beth's going to be okay. They fixed her eyes.
She's okay or they wouldn't let her talk. I made another phone call, Ann, to Chicago.
Chicago?
That's right, the flower shop, Merrill's flower shop. He's going to send somebody over to the hospital, somebody who can find out what I got to know.
I just hope you know what you're doing.
I got to know if there's another guy. Oh, just one more thing, Ann.
Well?
This is between you and me. You understand?
If Will finds out, he'll blow his top.
Just you and me.
Okay, Matt. Sure. It's been over a week now, Dr. Halleck. Isn't there anything you can tell me?
I can tell you this much, Miss Austin. So far, all the tests have been successful. You can leave the hospital now, if you like.
Now?
Well, there's a catch to it. You'll have to stay close by. Might be a couple of weeks before you can really get away. Now, there's a nice resort hotel on the outskirts of town that ought to suit you perfectly. It'll be a pleasant change for you, and time will pass a lot more quickly.
It sounds wonderful.
If you want to leave today, I'll drive you over there myself.
Thank you.
It's a good excuse for me to take some time off.
You think you should? You were gone all day yesterday. Did you have any fun in Indianapolis?
Fun? I was there on a case.
Do you ever think of anything but medicine?
Occasionally. My girlfriend made the trip with me yesterday.
Oh? An old romance?
It's been going on 9 years.
Steadfast, aren't you?
Not really. She's very young. My daughter.
Oh. Somehow I never thought of you as having a family.
I guess you'd say that 2 is a family.
Even one when you've learned to live alone. Well, what are you looking at?
You. Your eyes.
You've opened them for me again.
In many ways, you've opened mine. You won't have to wear those glasses anymore.
Oh, wonderful.
That is, after dark.
In that case, I'll take a fresh new look at the moon tonight.
I haven't taken a good look at the moon in years.
Oh, you don't seem to be quite that old, Dr. Halleck.
Now that you remind me, I'm not. Look, I've got a wonderful idea. I'll take you over to the hotel, and then, by way of celebrating your recovery, I could come back later on and have dinner with you. No?
I'd love to.
Well, how's 8 o'clock?
8 o'clock sounds fine, Dr. Halleck. Thank you. Come in.
Miss Austin?
Yes?
Excuse me for coming up unannounced.
Are you with the hotel? Oh, if it's about these rooms, I'm very...
Oh, you like the suite, huh? Yeah, it looks real nice to me, too. Only I'm not from the hotel. Here, this card will tell you who I am.
Benton Detective Agency, Chicago. Joe Crosland, private investigator.
Very private, Miss Austin.
You're investigating me?
You wouldn't expect me to answer that question, would you?
Chicago,
You know anybody there?
Yes. I have a very old friend there. He raises flowers.
Dearborn Street?
Halstead Street.
Pleased to meet you, Miss Austin.
Well?
I got a client who thinks you might want to send him a message.
And if I did, why should I need you?
Well, he thinks somebody else is listening when you use the telephone. He also thinks you got company wherever you go.
Any idea who the company might be?
I didn't get the name, Miss Austin, but the initials are FBI.
If what you say is true, tell your client that someone may be trying to locate him through me. Tell him to be very careful. And tell him I think I have a way to avoid all trouble.
Dr. Halleck, huh? He kind of goes for you, huh?
You're very sharp, aren't you?
If what you say is true, you'll be careful. I never met my client, but I gather he's the jealous type. Can't say that I blame him.
Good night, Mr. Crosland.
I'll deliver your message. Be seeing you, Miss Austin.
In just a moment, we will continue with Act Two of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. There are people all over the world who still remember the kindness and consideration shown them by well-thinking Americans. You take the little German town of Waldorf. It has a population of only slightly over 6,000 people, but none of them has ever forgotten the memory of a great American philanthropist who was born in their town, a man named John Jacob Astor, just as he never forgot his birthplace. It was Mr. Astor who combined his own name with that of his birthplace when the famous Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York was christened. Mr. Astor did much for the little German town during his lifetime, and when he died, he bequeathed it a considerable amount of money to build the Astor House to care for the old, the feeble, and the helpless of Waldorf. In 1948, on the 100th anniversary of his death, the grateful town erected a 12-foot monument in the town square to honor his memory. And one of the speakers at the ceremony said, "Mr. Astor has done more for Germany than any 100 of its inhabitants." By remembering the little German town where he was born, John Jacob Astor, American philanthropist, had made a few more friends for America. He'd shown his fellow Americans that by helping others, you help your country. Now our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act Two of This Woman is Dangerous, starring Dennis Morgan as Ben Halleck and Virginia Mayo as Beth Austin, with Leif Erikson as Nat. It's a couple of days later. From a drugstore near the hospital, Franklin, the FBI agent, is talking to his office.
Yeah, she just left the hospital. She's driving to Indianapolis with Dr. Halleck. They're due back tonight. Taylor and Nugent are following her. Right. I'll check you later.
So you see, I do take an afternoon off once in a while. Anyway, this is by way of trying to make up for that lunch we missed. Oh, I hope you won't mind just one stop on the way.
And you just said you had the afternoon off.
Well, practically. The call came in just as we left.
Well, as long as I'll have time to do my shopping.
That's a promise.
Just remember to take it easy when we get into town.
My first big day out, huh?
Meanwhile, you see those buildings over there?
Buildings?
Over there, off the road, the foot of the hill. Well, that's the stop I've got to make.
But it looks like a prison.
That's what it is. Women's Division, state prison.
But why? Why are we going there?
Because there's someone in the hospital I have to see.
I hate prisons. I hate the sight of them.
Oh, this one isn't so bad. The rooms are clean, food's good. You can learn an honest trade. Secretary, practical nurse, duty operator. Anything that suits you.
Yes, just name it. And they put you in the laundry and steam you out.
How do you know?
Well, I don't. Not really. I must have read it somewhere. You won't be long, will you?
No, I don't imagine so. You can wait in the car inside the gate. I thought I'd be. Sorry. Is there anything interesting while I was gone?
There were some women behind the wall. I could hear them. Could hear them entering. One of them had been smoking a cigarette. You'd think the poor girl had done something horrible. Well, Ben, what about your patient? How long did you save her for? 5 years? 10? And for what?
She died just as I got there. She's free now.
And you, a doctor, you're glad?
For her sake, yes. There was nothing they could have done for her. Beth, I didn't mean to put you through such a depressing experience. I guess this detour sort of taken the edge off your shopping.
It doesn't seem to matter anymore. I wish I were back at the hospital.
Why?
I think I was happier there, not facing reality here.
You'll feel better when we get home.
Home?
My house in town. I want you to meet Susan, my little daughter. We can have dinner there, okay?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Ben, it's getting late. Hadn't we better start driving back to the hospital?
In a little while. You see, I always promise Susan never to leave until I know she's fast asleep. It won't take her long. But first, she has to tell the housekeeper all about you.
I wonder what she's saying.
Kids are very honest, you know. She's telling her you're beautiful and wonderful and not like anyone else she's ever met before. What are you thinking of?
Of Susan and you and this room. You all go together. I used to think you lived in a sterile cabinet somewhere. Everyone leaving a prison should first walk through a room like this. Comfortable, secure, and good.
You belong here, Beth. You belong in this room, too.
Do I? Or do I just remind you of someone else who once lived here?
Susan's mother? If she'd really belonged, she would have stayed. But a child can be very demanding, and a doctor doesn't have much time to spend at home.
She gave up all this. It's not easy to understand.
Beth, tell me about yourself.
Can't you figure me out?
I'd rather you tell me.
That's a long, dull story. Let's not spoil a nice evening.
What is it you don't want to tell me? Is it about Matt?
What about Matt?
You mentioned his name several times coming out of the anesthetic.
What else did I say?
Nothing, really. Just a jumble.
Then, please, what else did I say?
I told you. Nothing.
I want to leave town, Ben. When may I? Tomorrow? The next day?
As a patient, you could have left a few days ago.
Why didn't you tell me?
I couldn't let you go until I was sure.
Sure about what?
I want you to stay here always.
But you're so wrong about me. I don't belong here. I never will.
But why? Why won't you tell me?
Please don't ask me anything more. I'm going out to the car, Ben. I'll wait there. When you're ready to take me back to the hotel. Come in, the bags are all in...
Beth.
Oh, Ben, please. Please go away. There's nothing more to be said. I said it all last night.
But I have a lot more to say.
Ben, it's no use. You've got to believe
What are you so afraid of?
Nothing. Will you please go?
Not until you make sense. Why are you so unreasonable? What am I up against?
Questions. Questions you have every right to ask, but I can't answer them.
Then there'll never be any questions. Susan didn't ask any. She likes you for what you are.
It sounds so simple, doesn't it?
Beth, look. I have an emergency call out in the country. A farmer's little boy. I want you to come with me. It's a long ride. We'll settle this one way or another.
No, it's no use, Ben.
You don't mean that. I have a kit to pack at the hospital. Meet me there in half an hour. The basement garage. Half an hour, Beth.
Can I come in? It's me again.
What do you want, Mr. Crosland?
Backwards here, huh? So early in the morning. And so late last night.
You should know that avoiding trouble is a 24-hour job.
You're telling me.
All right, you're a fine detective. I'll see that you get a bonus. Now will you get out of here?
Bonus? Who from, honey? Dr. Halleck?
Don't be ridiculous. He was my only way of getting out of town.
Was? What made you change your mind about using him?
Not that it's any of your business, but Dr. Halleck and I have been seen together too much. And if I'm being watched...
Oh, you are, baby. You are.
Well, let them follow me to a big city then, where I'll have a better chance of losing them.
You know, Miss Austin, sometimes I hate these jobs. Take this one, for instance. It's not the FBI. Me, I'm in the clear. I'm a licensed investigator doing my job.
Well, then...
Well, I'd give anything not to have to report to my clients about you and the doc.
Never mind what you give. How much will you take?
Well, I look at it this way. When a man feels as shaky about his girl as my client does about you, he must have a real good reason. And besides, my terms are a lot different for a good-looking girl than they are for a jealous man.
Put that down as your first installment.
That slap was a big mistake, honey. I don't take that from dames like you.
You'll take whatever I give you. And your client will get a full report of your little shakedown try. And if you're stupid enough to go back to that florist in Chicago, be sure and order yourself a wreath.
I got a different idea. Just as soon as I tell this little love story to our florist friend, and just as soon as he repeats it to my client, I'll order a couple of wreaths. One for you and one for Dr. Halleck. So long, Miss Austin.
Your car's ready, Dr. Halleck. Oh, and the garage says that Miss Austin's waiting for you down there.
Then she did come.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing, Maggie. Well, I've got to hurry. I probably won't be back for hours.
Oh, before you go, Doctor, there's a man waiting to see you, Mr. Franklin.
You know I can't see anyone now.
He said he's from the FBI. He's waiting across the hall.
FBI? Okay, I'll talk to him on the way out.
I know you're in a great hurry, Doctor, but this won't take long.
What's it all about, Mr. Franklin?
I'm sorry I had to bring you in on this. Have you ever heard of the Jackson brothers, Matt and Will Jackson?
Yes. Who hasn't?
Well, Matt's pretty high up on our list. He's wanted for murder, armed robbery, like the counts in several states.
What does that to do with me?
Your patient, Beth Austin. She's been working with him.
I suppose you know what you're talking about.
She's been tied up with him ever since Matt Jackson helped her to get out of prison. They've been watching her now for weeks, ever since she's been here, hoping she'd lead us to them. Well, now we're afraid she's trying to use you to help her get away without our knowing it. That's why we're alerting you.
All right. I'm alerted.
Will you help us?
I'll do whatever I can.
Thank you.
Ben, what's wrong? You've hardly said a word. Those questions still on your mind?
I told you there wouldn't be any more questions.
Then why are you so quiet?
Maybe I'm trying to figure out a solution.
Tell me what it really is, please.
Just preoccupied, I guess. I'm thinking about that kid at the farm.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have known.
Take it easy. What's eating you, Matt?
I just came from town. I spoke to Merrill in Chicago. That guy he hired to check up on Beth.
What did you find out? Her eyes, Matt. Can she see again?
Yeah. So can the FBI. They're watching her.
Who says so?
The tail says so. I'm leaving. I'm going there. I'm going to get her out of there.
Sit down, will you? Cool off. How crazy can you get? We're so hot from that state trooper with smoke, and you go after that dame, the FBI will blow your head off.
Well, it's my head they'll blow off.
Oh, wait a minute. There's another guy, isn't there?
Shut up.
Where? Oh, it's okay, baby. That's okay.
Maybe now you'll keep out of my business.
Oh, sure I will. Go on, Matt. Go look for Beth. Show them how tough you are before they scrape you off the street and drop you in a basket. Well, what are you waiting for?
All right, so I shouldn't have slugged you. But there is another guy. Now lay off and get out of my way.
I'm Sure glad you got here, Ben. I've got the boy on the kitchen table. Pretty bad depressed frontal fracture. Oh, this is his father, Fred Shaw, Dr. Halleck.
Thanks for coming, Doctor.
This your nurse, Ben?
Oh, I'm sorry, Beth. This is Dr. Ryan and Mr. Shaw.
How do you do?
How do you do? No, she's not a nurse. You better stay out here, Beth.
Can't I help at all?
Wait till I see how things are.
We don't have any choice, Ben. We've got to operate here.
Dr. Ryan told me what the chances are. I know you'll do whatever you can. Where's the boy's mother? She's with him, Doc. Inside. What about plasma, Bill?
I phoned the drugstore. They got some.
Take my car, Beth. Where'll she find the drugstore?
You pass it on the way here. It's about 8 miles down the road to the village. You can't miss it. Drugstore is right across from the bus depot.
Think you can find it, Beth?
Oh, yes, of course. I'll go right away.
Get 2 jars, and please hurry. We need that plasma as soon as possible.
A smart idea, Ben. I saw right off he wasn't used to this. You must have known I'd have plasma, even if you didn't.
Let's go in.
Now, you're sure you know where it is? The Shaw Farm.
Don't worry, ma'am. I know the place. You'll get that plasma out there in no time.
But how soon? It's an emergency.
Delivery boy's just down the street. He'll be here in a minute.
Thank you. Oh, could I have some change, please? I want a telephone.
Nickels and dimes?
Quarters would be better. I have to call Chicago.
Hello? Merrill's flower shop.
Merrill,
Yeah,
this is Beth Austin. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Where you phoning from?
It doesn't matter. When did you last speak to Matt?
Oh, about an hour ago.
Oh? Did you give him all the information Crosland had to report?
What information is that?
Look, Merrill, don't what information means. Just tell me yes or no.
Matt knows everything except the guy's name.
Then listen to me very carefully. If Matt calls back again, or if you can possibly get in touch with him, tell him I said to stay where he is. Tell him not to do anything crazy, that I'll be there in the morning. Did you hear that?
You'll be there in the morning.
Believe me, Merrill, it's terribly urgent.
Okay. I'll try to reach him.
Thank you.
Get your call through okay, miss?
Yes. Tell me, that bus across the street, when does it leave?
That's the Chicago bus, ma'am. It's due to leave in, let's see now, in 12 minutes.
About that plasma, you're sure it'll be delivered?
I'll run it out there myself if I have to.
Oh, and will you get word to Dr. Halleck, please, that I left his car parked just across the street?
Okay, miss, I'll tell him.
You see,
Yes, ma'am?
Oh, I changed my mind. Just give me the plasma. I'll take it out myself.
Mr. Shaw.
Yes, Doc?
You can go in now. Your wife and Dr. Ryan are inside with your boy.
Doc.
I know what you want to say, so consider it said. Your boy's going to be all right, Mr. Shaw. In the morning, Dr. Ryan will bring him into the hospital. He'll mend faster there.
If I could only thank you properly.
Miss Weston, where did she go?
The lady, she said she'd wait in the car, Doc. Thanks.
You're still worried, aren't you, Ben? But you said the boy would be all right.
You can never be sure. People look at you, trust in you, believe in you, and you let them believe.
Oh, you're tired and it's dark. That makes everything look dark. Ben, we're reaching the village. I want you to let me out when we get there.
Why?
There's a bus station. I'm leaving.
Just run out without saying anything?
There's nothing to say.
Not even when I tell you I know all about you?
You knew when I came back with the plasma, didn't you?
It doesn't make sense. I gave you a chance to get away and you came back.
I should have gone then.
I'm not going to let you go. I want to help you.
Who's going to help Matt?
He's too far gone for anyone else to help him. Let the law take care of him.
You not only don't know all about me, you don't know anything about me. I'm going back to Matt.
Just tell me that you love him. Answer me. Do you love him?
Well, it was... Oh, it doesn't matter what it was. It was a long time ago. I was desperate, and Matt helped me. I can't forget that.
You still didn't answer me. Do you love him?
Yes, I love him.
I don't believe that. You're lying.
I don't care what you believe. I'm going back to Matt because that's what I want to do. And if I ever meant anything to you...
Well?
Don't try to find me again.
Act 3 of This Woman is Dangerous will continue in a few moments.
Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has, like Fiorello LaGuardia, the busy little mayor of New York, who found time to get on the radio and read funnies to the kids. Here was a man who loved children, and through his love saw the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund come into being. To start such a fund, LaGuardia went to Europe, not as a representative of the UN, but as an American citizen. He traveled from country to country, investigating conditions, speaking to the people, and making friends. In his native land, Italy, he helped hand out food to the needy and won their admiration. On his return to the United States, LaGuardia worked day and night to sell the need for a children's emergency fund. And finally, the General Assembly of the UN adopted his proposal unanimously in a resolution which stated that as many children as possible to the age of 18 would receive help from the fund on the basis of need, without discrimination because of race, creed, nationality, or political belief. Workers all over America donated a day's pay to the fund, as did children in all kinds of schools, organizations, and churches. But LaGuardia didn't live to see the full success of the great work he helped to start. His big heart stopped the night before the UN announced aid allocation to over 3,700,000 children and mothers in 12 European countries and China. But others picked up where Fiorello LaGuardia left off. People like him, who knew that by helping others, you help your country. We pause now for station identification.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of This Woman is Dangerous, starring Virginia Mayo as Beth Austin and Dennis Morgan as Ben Halleck, with Leif Erikson as Matt. Several hours have gone by, and Joe Crossland, private investigator, is a very uneasy guest in Indianapolis headquarters of the FBI.
But I told you a dozen times. The only questions I ever asked Merrill was how much and when do I get it, not who and where to rent. Why don't you talk to him? Merrill's Flower Shop, Halsted Street.
Maybe we tried and got nowhere.
So why pick on me? I'm just trying to make a living.
Here, keep this card. You may want to get in touch with us sometime.
Just remember, Crossland, it doesn't take much for fellows like you to lose their licenses. I'll get out of here.
Yes, sir. And if you have nothing else to do, you might like to think about how much the Jackson brothers are worth on the hoof. It's quite a reward.
Got that teletype ready? Let me hear it.
Yeah. To all points. Beth Austin left on St. Louisville bus last night. Purchased car in Centerwood. Taylor and Nugent following. We'll report progress.
Okay. Send it out.
But you just can't let her stand there. It's Beth, Will. Now let her in.
Will you keep your mouth shut?
Yes, yes.
Go ahead, open the door.
Hello, Anne. There. Not even glasses. Oh, you all right now? Perfectly all right. It's good to see you, Anne. Hello, Will.
Yeah.
I see you're in your usual good humor. Where's Matt?
Out?
When will he be back?
Didn't say.
We'll be leaving as soon as he does. We'll get out of the country. Mexico, maybe. Someplace far away. We'll want you to come with us, Anne, you and Will. No more hiding out, huh? Oh, Will, maybe we can make it.
Why don't you stop kidding yourself?
But you promised. You always said we'd quit this racket. Well, Beth wants to. She can handle Matt. She always has. Oh, Will, don't be like that. Tell her. You've got to tell her. Tell me what? Where is he? Where's Matt?
He's burning up the road to Indianapolis to find you. They're up to something, huh, Beth, with another guy. We heard all about it from Crossland.
You just stood here and let him go?
I'm through giving him advice. He wants to blow somebody's head off. That's his lookout. Who are you worrying about anyway? About Matt or the guy he's going to kill?
Nobody's getting killed except Matt.
Knowing him, I wouldn't make book on that.
Do we go for Matt together, or do I go for him alone?
Why should we leave here?
Well, for one reason, because I've got a pretty good idea that the FBI is following me. I shook them off last night, but sooner or later... Will, Matt's going to look for Crosland first.
Okay, so we'll phone Crosland on our way out of here. There's a store in the village. And get your things and then get in the car. Taking her so long to phone Crosland.
How do I know? Go in the store and find out.
Yeah, I think maybe I will.
Hello? Operator, are you sure Mr. Crosland doesn't answer? Very well. Or will you call another number, please? Lewiston, 7782. I want to speak with Dr. Halleck, Dr. Ben Halleck. Yes, I will.
Hang up, honey. I said hang up. Maybe that was on the up and up, maybe it wasn't. After this, I'll do the call and get back in the car.
You once again, Crosland. I want to know what you saw. Why don't you let me answer the phone just now? What right have you got?
I'm Matt Jackson. I said I want to know what you saw.
Then pay off, buddy. Pay off. I made a deal with Merrill, but I wasn't figuring on the FBI, so either you pay off or I don't talk.
You'll talk. Now, who is he?
The guy who took her out of town and stashed away and count up to $1,000, maybe even more.
Who is he?
Cut it out, Jackson. You rough me up and I'll...
Who is he? What's his name? Where do I find him?
Take it easy. His name's Halleck. Dr. Halleck. He'll tell you all about him at the hospital.
Anybody watching that hospital?
No more. They're out beating the bushes for her. I don't know any more, honest.
Playing both ends against the middle, huh? That's for amateurs, Crosland. Maybe now you'll remember.
Give me the FBI. Indianapolis, 5505. Okay, I'll hold on. No. No, Matt. No!
Where are we going?
To the hospital. Halleck's hospital.
That's where Beth told us to go long ago.
I had to find out if Matt had seen Crosland.
Wasn't he there? Wasn't Crosland in his hotel?
Lobby was full of cops. Crosland was bumped off in his room 20 minutes ago.
Can I help you, sir?
Dr. Halleck. Is he around?
He's in surgery. Is there anything I can do?
Surgery? No, I just wanted to pay him for what he did for a friend of mine.
Well, it's after hours. The accounting department won't be open till morning. Would you care to leave your name?
No, never mind.
Miss Austin. Oh, what's the matter? You look as if
Dr. Halleck, Maggie, where is he?
Why, he's up in surgery. Is there anything
Maggie, has there been anyone here looking for him? A man? Anyone in the last half hour?
Well, yes, just a few minutes ago, but he went out.
Are you sure he went out?
Well, I don't know for sure. I had to leave the desk to answer the door.
Well, call the FBI, Maggie. Tell them to get over here right away. There's a man and a woman outside waiting for me. If they come in, tell them I'm looking for Matt.
I thought you'd show up, baby. Wherever Halleck is, that's where I figured I'd find you.
Matt, please. Will and Ann, they're waiting for us.
Look at them down there. Those doctors, they're operating, see? Almost finished. You get a first-class view from up here, huh? Amphitheater, it said on the door. Surgery amphitheater. Just like the bleachers at a ball game. Look at them.
Matt, you're all wrong. I went to the cottage first. Will and Ann will tell you that. I only came here to find you.
Don't give me that. I know all about you and Halleck.
Then if you do, you must know there's nothing between us. Come on, Matt, please.
After I've finished what I've come here to do.
Come across the hall, look out the window. You'll believe me when you see Will's car.
Dark outside. How would I know for sure who's... You tipped him off. You told him I was here.
Please, we've got to get out of here. You've got the whole country looking for you.
You're not worried about me, honey. You're worried about what's going to happen to him down there.
I came back to you. Doesn't that mean anything to you? I'll never leave you again.
I don't believe you. I came to do a job, and I'm going to do it. Now.
All right, hold it down there. One of you doctors is Halleck. Which one? Take those masks off your faces. What kind of a joke is this? A joke, huh? This gun's got 6 bullets, enough for all of you. Let's see your faces or I start in.
I'm Halleck.
Jackson. We got men at every exit. Drop the gun.
No way out, huh? Tell that to Halleck.
Franklin,
Yes, Doctor?
we're through in there now. Miss Austin's conscious. She'll be all right. I guess you know about Jackson.
Yeah, the nurse just told me. She had to die this way, I suppose, sooner or later. Well, I'm glad she's going to recover. You know, it's amazing how readily you fellows can mend a wound. I wish X-raying a woman's mind was just as simple.
So do I. I wouldn't have let her risk her life for me. That bullet was meant for me.
But if she hadn't risked her life, we'd have no basis for a recommendation of leniency.
Thanks, Franklin. May I see her alone?
For a couple of minutes? Sure, go ahead.
Beth.
I can answer all your questions now.
You already have. I know now why you came back, why you didn't stop to think about the risk, count the cost.
Oh, but I did count it then. I want to pay.
Beth, remember the day we took the detour?
It led us home.
And it always will. Tomorrow, a year from tomorrow, whenever you get there, we'll be waiting for you.
In a moment, our stars will return. This is really a story about two people. One is Chief Petty Officer Harry Frame, a veteran Navy electrician who saw lots of action in the war in the Pacific. The other is Mrs. Sadaya Ishiwata of Tokyo. Mrs. Ishiwata turned her home and her fortune over to 53 boys and girls of all ages who were orphaned by World War II. And Chief Frame devoted his off-duty hours to helping this tiny Japanese lady. He organized his friends into work teams, and because of their work, the home took on a bright new look. New panes of glass were installed, a new girls' dormitory was built, and twice a week, a Navy truck rolled up with leftover food, writing paper, worn-out clothing, and other contributions from the men. Chief Frame made it his private project toward better relationships between people of two different countries, and it's paid off in mutual goodwill. Such acts by you and your friends today are shaping our world of tomorrow. Now, Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are, Dennis Morgan and Virginia Mills. Please step forward for a curtain call.
Don't you think it's about time we heard about next week's show?
And time is very important in next Monday's play, because it's the 10th thrilling story of a man who kept the city of New York in suspense for 14 hours. And as the stars of this gripping drama from the studios of 20th Century Fox, and in his original role will be that dynamic actor, Paul Douglas, co-starring with Academy Award nominee, Kerry Moore.
Well, that will make exciting listening. Good night, Irving.
Good
Good
night.
night.
The Hollywood Radio Theater is produced by Mr. Irving Cummings. Our orchestra is under the direction of Rudy Schrager. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Hollywood Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our distinguished stars tonight are two of the world's acknowledged masters of the art of suspense. They are Mr. Charles Lawton and Miss Elsa Lanchester. Mr. Lawton, who will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, The Man from Down Under, is here to play a remarkable character created by England's noted thriller author, Agatha Christie. A mild-mannered character whose initials were ABC, and about whom revolved a series of savage murders, all neatly and alphabetically arranged. ABC was stamped upon all his belongings, those being his rightful initials. And ABC was stamped, too, upon the large railway timetable he always carried. But there was nothing so odd about that detail, since no traveler in the British Isles would dream of planning a journey without consulting this famous railway schedule, the ABC. And so, with the ABC Murders by Agatha Christie, written for radio by Robert Tallman and William Spear, and with the performance of Charles Lawton, we again hope to keep you in suspense. When the time for closing bell rang in the public library, Alexander Bonaparte Cust started, picked up his battered briefcase with the almost faded initials ABC, closed the book he had been reading, and shuffled over to the librarian's desk.
It's a most interesting book, librarian. I should like to come back sometime and read another chapter of it, if I may.
Quite. Yes, Mr. Clark. Can I help you, sir?
No hurry. Well, I'll be going along now. Thank you.
Rum little chap, that. What do you think he was reading? Studies in epileptic somnambulism.
Medical stuff, eh? Oh, I say, the little fellow left his briefcase. I'll catch him at the door. I say, sir, just a moment. You left something.
Oh, dear, it's my briefcase. I'm terribly sorry. I seem to be getting more and more forgetful lately. Why, only the other day I left it on the counter in a tobacco shop.
Lucky you have those initials. Not many people with the initials ABC sticks in your mind.
What do you mean by that, sir?
Well, after all, they're the first three letters of the alphabet. Practically the first thing we learn, you know, isn't it? Our ABCs.
Don't mention those letters to me. They've brought bad luck to me in more ways than one.
Really? How's that?
Well, I used to be a travelling salesman, and I used to carry one of those railway timetables in my pocket, the threepenny kind, in which they list the towns and all the railroads alphabetically.
Oh, of course. Printed right on the cover, isn't it?
Hey.
ABC.
Yes, that's right. So, well, stockings was my line, sir. I did door-to-door selling. Whenever I finished one town, out would come that timetable, and I'd look up the next stop on my route. I got sick of the sight of that ABC railway guide, I can tell you, sir. It was like a symbol of failure to me. One dingy little town after another, and all listed in that railway guide with ABC printed on the cover. My own initials staring out at me from every newsstand and every dirty little railroad station in the Midlands.
Oh, come on. It couldn't have been as bad as all that.
Matter of fact, I never noticed it till I began to get the headaches.
Oh, you suffer from headaches?
Yes.
Have you seen a doctor about it?
Oh, no. I wouldn't want to see a doctor about it. I already know what brings them on.
Well, if you'd rather not talk about it...
Oh, no, it isn't that at all, sir. It was just such a long time ago. During the last war, in fact, Chateau Theory.
Chateau Thierry? I say, what a coincidence. I was in the thick of that myself.
Well,
yes,
sir.
we must get together for a drink one day, talk over old times. Franklin Clark is my name.
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Clark. My name's Cust. Alexander Bonaparte Cust.
Well, they must have expected great things of you, giving you a name like that.
I'm afraid they did, Mr. Clark, yes. I'm very much afraid they did.
Mr. Cast. Oh, Mr. Cast.
Who is it?
It's me, Mr. Cast. I've brought you up a spot of tea.
Oh, it's you, Miss Marbury. That was very thoughtful of you.
Oh, nonsense. You know Mother dotes on you.
Oh.
You're her favourite lodger. In fact, why, Mr. Cast, you're packing your things. You're not leaving us, are you?
Oh, no, I'm just taking a little trip over the bank holiday, you know.
Now, don't try to deceive me, Mr. Cast. You're embarrassed. About owing us, aren't you?
No.
You needn't be, Mr. Cast. Really, you needn't.
Oh, you are a nice girl, Miss Marbury. You really are a nice girl. As a matter of fact, I'm not going just for the bank holiday. I've something rather important, some very important matters to take care of. You know, it's very possible that my mother didn't have me christened Alexander Bonaparte cussed for nothing.
Oh, have you got a position, Mr. Cust?
Well...
What is it?
Well...
Oh, come, Mr. Cust. You can tell me, can't you?
Well, Miss Lily, I can tell you this much. I shall be travelling quite a lot. In fact, where did I leave that ABC Railroad guide? Oh, yes, here it is. First stop, Andover.
Andover? That's not very far.
No, but I must be getting on if I don't want to miss that train. Now, let me see. Have I got everything? There's my spectacles and my overcoat, my typewriter, my walking stick. Did I ever tell you the history of this walking stick, Miss Marbury? It's a Scottish piece, very old. It's always it's antique. You know, they used to kill people with these back in the days of the old clan wars in Scotland. I wonder how many heads this one has bashed in.
Oh, Mr. Cust. Oh, please, what a terrible way to talk.
Yes, I'm sorry, Miss Marbury. I am a little bit surprised at myself talking like that. It must be my new job. It's gone to my head a bit. That's it. It's gone to me head. Have you got an aspirin by any chance? I've got an order.
Yes, gentlemen. What'll it be?
Packet of goldflakes for me.
Yes, sir. And the other gentleman?
3 Havanas, the shilling cigars.
Havanas? You gentlemen must be up from London.
That's right. Is that your name on the window of this shop?
That's right, sir. Olivia Asher. Been in business right here in Andover and right here in St. Andrew's Place for 20 years.
All A's. Andover, St. Andrew's Place, and Asher.
Funny, ain't it? Never so much as crossed my mind before.
Well, Mrs. Asher, we're from Scotland Yard. We have reason to believe there may be a homicidal maniac at large in Andover.
God, blimey.
We don't want to frighten you, Mrs. Asher. For all we know, this may be just a practical joke. You see, we received an anonymous letter, typewritten, and signed ABC.
ABC?
This murderer, if there's anything in his story, is planning a series of murders. His mania seems to be centered on the alphabet. If he follows his plan through, his first murder will be committed in Andover, and the victim will be a person whose name begins with an A.
The Lord help me, sir. You don't think...
We don't think anything. Scotland Yard has taken its precautions.
Oh, a woman takes a terrible chance.
There's probably nothing to be alarmed about, but it won't hurt to keep a sharp lookout. Who's next on your list, Mackenzie? Next is Arthur Atwood. All right. Let's be on our way, then. Good day, madam. Don't worry.
Thank you, sir. And good day to you, sir. A murdering lunatic in Andover, of all places. Yes, sir. What'll it be for you, sir? These? That'll be 1 and 6, sir. I said that'll be... Oh, no!
6:30 newspaper, sensation, homicidal maniac in Andover, alphabet murderer destroyed necks at Bexhill, latest on ABC.
Oh, boy, let me have one of those.
Oh, yes,
will
a
you?
news standard, sir.
Both. Here you are.
Oh, thank you, sir. 6:30 newspaper, sensation.
Nasty business, eh, mister?
Oh, yes, very, very.
You never know with lunatics. They don't always look bomber, you know. Sometimes they look the same as you on me.
Eh? Yes, I suppose they do.
Oh, it's a fact. Sometimes it's the war unhinged them. Never been right since.
Yes, I expect you're right.
You know, I don't hold with wars. I hope this will be the last.
You don't hold with wars, eh? Well, young man, I don't hold with plague and sleeping sickness and famine and cancer, but they happen all the same. And murder happens all the same. They can't prevent them.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. I expect you had a rocky time of it in the last one, eh?
Yes. My poor head's never been the same since. I get terrible headaches.
Oh? Well, I'm sorry about that, sir.
Sometimes I hardly know what I'm doing.
You don't say.
I forget things. You know, for instance, I could have sworn I had an ABC railway guide in my pocket an hour ago.
Do you know they found one of them ABC railway guides on the poor tobacconist lady that he murdered?
Who?
Him. ABC, whoever he is. Maybe he don't know himself. Ever stop to think of that? Maybe he's so bum he don't remember.
I wonder. Bexhill, did he say Bexhill? That's my train. Well, goodbye, young man.
Goodbye.
6:30 newspaper, sensation, homicidal lunatic to strike again. Police tracing typewriter on which murder notes were written. To strike at Bexhill, latest on ABC, alphabet murderer.
Your order, sir?
Well, I don't think I'll have the ham. I had ham for breakfast. Yes, I think I'll have the mutton pie.
1 mutton pie.
Yes, sir.
What's the matter with you? You're trembling, young woman. Is something wrong?
Oh, sir, if you only knew. I have to walk home tonight after they close up here. And there ain't hardly a light in Benson Terrace where I live.
Benson Terrace in Bexhill?
Yes, sir.
You're afraid of the ABC murderer, aren't you?
He follows the alphabet, don't he? That was the way he done in Andover.
Hey, and does your name begin with a B?
Barnard's my name. Mary Barnard.
Oh, dear me, Miss Barnard. Well, I don't like to appear forward. Well, anyway, I'm old enough to be your father. Would it make you feel easier if I saw you home tonight?
Oh, you don't know, sir. You just don't know what it would mean.
Oh, well, what time do they close up here?
9 o'clock.
All right, I'll wait outside for you. At 9 o'clock?
All right.
Ladies, waitress brutally murdered in Bexhill. ABC strikes again. Here you are, sir. Scotland Yard received third murder note. Alphabet murderer to strike again in Chesterton. Here you are.
Yes, sir?
Third class, single, to Chesterton. Give me a pint of half and half, please.
Yes, sir. There you are, sir. You up from London, sir?
Yes, I come directly from London.
Ah, salesman?
Stockings is my line.
Rough going these days, what with rationing, eh?
Well. It isn't my old friend Alexander Bonaparte Cuss.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't remember.
We met in the library, remember?
Oh.
In London. Yes, had quite a talk.
Yeah.
Franklin Clark, remember?
Yes, of course. You'll forgive me, Mr. Clark. My memory, it seems to be getting worse and worse.
But you must have come under better times, Mr. Cust. New briefcase, I see. Nice, bright, new initials?
Well, I got a job shortly after I saw you, Mr. Clark, from Ballinger Limited. Stockings. It's my old line, you know. But to tell you the truth, I haven't been doing very well.
Oh, those headaches again?
Yes, the headaches. And the murders. The murders have upset me something terrible.
Oh, why, you're shaking like a leaf, man.
No.
Hey, Jonathan, a brandy for Mr. Cust. He
Thank
needs
you,
it.
sir.
The trouble with you, Cust, is you're inclined to be morbid. I remember that book you were reading the day we met, stuff about epilepsy.
Well, it might be epilepsy, mightn't it?
What?
Well, they discharged me from the army before the war ended. You see, I had a kind of a fit, you know. And
Never had anything like it again, have you?
No, I didn't have a fit again, just the headaches. I forget what happens, hours at a time. Do you know, once I was sitting in a station waiting room and a newsboy came by and I bought a paper from him, and it was all about that first murder in Andover.
Huh.
It said the police had got another note, another typewritten note, Mr. Clark, and the murderer was going to strike next in Bexhill. And suddenly I realized I was in Bexhill. And I'd been in Andover the day before when the first murder happened.
Well, how did you happen to go from Andover to Bexhill?
Well, that's the way I'm supposed to go on my route, selling the stockings. I'm supposed to take the towns alphabetically.
Oh, well, then it's not so surprising you should have been in Bexhill after all, is it? Just a coincidence.
Well, the waitress in Bexhill there, I walked home with her that night, Mr. Clark, the night she was murdered.
Oh, good heavens, Cust, you don't think you killed Mary Barnard, do you?
I don't know, Mr. Clark. It said in that book that people who have had epileptic fits often do things and don't remember them. They even commit crimes. I said good night to her, and after that, I don't know what happened.
The notes, those typewritten notes. Wouldn't you have remembered if you'd written them?
I don't know.
Well, now, I know a little something about psychology myself, Cust. And I'd stake everything I own on the fact that the man who wrote those notes was conscious of what he was doing.
Do you really think so, Mr. Clark?
Positive of it. Now, pull yourself together, man. Incidentally, my sister-in-law lives here in Chesterton. My brother is Lord Cameron Clark, and I happen to know she needs some new stockings.
Oh.
Pop over there in the morning, will you, and show the old girl your line?
Huh.
Here's the address. Might cheer you up to make a good sale.
Oh, I'm sure it would, Mr. Clark. I'm sure it would. Well, good night, Mr. Clark, and thank you again for all your kindness.
Good
I'm
night.
sure, sir.
Good night. Oh, wait a minute. You've forgotten something again.
Oh, dear me, that's my typewriter. I shall certainly need that.
Oh?
Well, it's to type up my report to the Home Office in case I should make that sale tomorrow.
Oh, of course. Oh, yes. By the way, Cust, better watch out. Somebody in Chesterton is going to be murdered tomorrow.
Aye.
Old ABC is up to the letter C, you know, and your name is Cuss.
Huh?
Oh, I say, good heavens. Mine is Clark.
Well, thank you again for your generous order, Lady Clark. I hope you'll be pleased. This line of woolen lined stockings is one of Ballinger's best buys right now, Lady Clark.
My brother-in-law told me that you'd had some unfortunate times lately, Mr. Cust.
Yes.
But I really did need the stockings, and I should be
Hello
so
again, Cuz.
Hello,
I've
sir.
been stuffing myself with bacon and eggs. Make a sale, old boy?
Oh, yes, Mr. Clark. Thank you very much.
Good, good. Louise is filthy with money, and her ladyship's legs are in constant need of recovering.
Oh, I wouldn't say that,
Yes,
sir.
really. She wanted the stockings.
Well, thank you very much, my lady. I hope I shall have the privilege of serving you again next year.
Goodbye, Mr. Cust, and good luck.
Cheerio, Cust.
Such a nice little man, Franklin.
He's a bit off his nut, I'm afraid. Last night he tried to convince me that he was the ABC murderer. His initials, you know. He has minor lapses of memory.
That little man a murderer? Oh, really, Franklin?
Good Lord, what was that?
Where are the maids? Where is that girl? What's going on?
In the master's bedroom, milady. You better go with her, Mr. Franklin.
Brothers, whatever are you doing here?
Oh, my lady, the master, Lord Clark, is being murdered. Stabbed with a knife. He's all over blood.
Murder?
Oh.
Good heavens. Why, look there on the floor. A railway guide, an ABC.
Take me out of here, Franklin.
Oh, Louise, I'm sorry you had to see this.
Oh, Cameron. My poor Cameron. Who never made an enemy in his life.
The man who did this was a maniac. And I'm afraid I know who he is. He always carried a walking stick with a heavy carved handle. That's how the other murders were committed, with a heavy stick. But he wasn't carrying his stick today. Must have grabbed a knife up there somewhere to kill Cameron with. But when? Were you with him every minute?
Well, I went upstairs to get my checkbook. It took me a little while to find it.
That gave Cust his opening.
Oh, to think that all that time. Oh, no. No, I'll never forgive myself, Franklin.
No, none of that now, Louise. The important thing now is to stop him before he can commit another murder.
But what are you going to do, Franklin?
I'm going to the police and see if they'll let me help. Let's have a look at this ABC railway guide he left beside Fort Cameron. Look here. All checked. See there? Andover, Bexhill, Chesterton. Each with a check mark after it.
No.
Oh, where's the next one? See? See, London. He's through with ABC, he's gone home, and I'm going after him.
Yes? Well, Mr. Cust, come in. Whatever kept you away so long?
Miss Lily, I've got to talk to you alone.
Oh, well, I'll go up with you. I want to show you the new curtains I put up in your room anyway.
Oh, you are a nice girl, Miss Lily, really. You are a
Yeah,
nice
let me
girl.
carry one of these, Mr. Cust, the typewriter.
No, I'll carry my own things, thank you.
Oh, Mr. Cust, you're trembling. Oh, dear, you do look a fright. Look, I'm going to straight and get you a hot foot bath.
No, not now, please. Not now, Miss Lily. There's no time for it.
What is it, Mr. Cust?
Close the door and lock it.
Are you in some trouble, Mr. Cust?
I'm in terrible trouble, Miss Lily. I want you to hear the story first from me. You're the only one who has ever been my friend. Oh, I've had a lonely life, Miss Lily.
Oh, poor Mr. Cust.
Poor Mr. Cust. That's what they always say about me. Poor Mr. Cust. I thought you were
Oh,
different.
don't take on so, Mr. Cust. It was only a manner
Oh,
of
you
speaking.
don't need to worry. I'm all right now. I never get 2 spells in one day.
Spells? Mr. Cust, I don't understand. What
Well,
do
you heard of the ABC murders?
Shocking affairs. But, Mr. Cust, why
Miss
are you
Lily,
saying
the
to...
police will be here at any minute. Please let me finish. I don't want you to think harshly of me, Miss Lily. I didn't plan it ahead. My instructions told me where to go. Some people can't help what they do. There are diseases. Epilepsy, for instance. You do things you don't remember. You commit crimes. And I'm like that.
Oh, Mr. Cust, I can't believe it.
When I was a child, Miss Lily, they used to badger me about my name. My mother worshipped strength. She named me after the strongest people she knew about in history. Alexander and Bonaparte. But nobody ever called me by those names. They called me ABC. ABC. I used to dream I was boiling in a kettle of alphabet soup. I was a terrible disappointment to my mother.
Mr. Cust, you're unsettled and tired.
You've got to hear me out, Miss Lily.
Oh,
You've got...
my
Now,
arm!
listen to me,
You're
Miss Lily.
hurting me, Mr.
I could have been a hero once in the army in the last war. I was happy. I could have made something of myself. Then I started getting the headache.
No, Mr.
You must hear me out, Miss Lily. I started forgetting things after they discharged me from the army. Shock, they called it. I used to have dreams. I was a great ruler. The destiny of men was in my hands. I had the power over them of life and death.
Let me go. Oh, please let me go.
First, there was Andover, that tobacconist. I can't even remember what she looked like. Then there was Bexhill. I walked home with a waitress from the station restaurant. She was murdered, too. In Chesterton, I sold a dozen pair of stockings to a lady, and while she was upstairs getting her checkbook, her husband was murdered on the floor where I was waiting. And now I've come back here. Maybe the alphabet charm is over. Or is it? This is London. L. Your name is Lily.
Are you trying to frighten me, Mr. Cust?
I am trying to convince you.
You, murderer? I'd as soon believe it as my own mother.
What about this? Look at it.
Oh, no.
Look closely at it. I found it in my briefcase when I came on the train, Miss Lily. This knife murdered a man in Chesterton just 3 hours ago.
Oh, now, there, Miss Marbury. Don't take on so. He's all handcuffed pretty as you please in the next room.
But he was such a nice man. I still can't hardly believe it.
Is this the knife he threatened you with, Miss Marbury?
Yes.
We just got here in the nick of time, eh, Crum? Hey, that's a wicked-looking knife.
It's the Chesterton murder knife, right enough, Mr. Clark. No doubt of it.
Well, let's take inventory. Typewriter.
Checks with the murder notes.
Walking stick.
Same markings as on the heads of the first victims.
And the psychiatrist's report says the murders were premeditated and the notes could not possibly have been written except by a person who was conscious and in his right mind.
Well, that breaks down any idea Cust may have had of entering an insanity plea.
Right. I think he'll sign the confession without any difficulty. Bring him in.
Bring the prisoner in.
Well, Cust, are you ready to sign your confession?
I don't know, Inspector. A moment ago I was certain I must have done it. But why? That's what worries me. Why? Mr. Clark, why do you think I did it?
You're wasting valuable time, Cust. I don't care why you did it. You killed my brother, and I want to see you hang for it. I don't care how balmy you are.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, talking to our Mr. Cust in that bloodthirsty manner. I don't know what's getting into the gentry, I'm sure.
He tried to murder you, didn't he?
Well, he couldn't help himself, poor thing. He's been terribly upset of late.
You are a nice girl, Miss Lily. You are a nice girl. Really.
The murders were willful and premeditated.
They couldn't have been premeditated, Mr. Clark.
Why do you say that, Cust?
Well, because I didn't go to any of those places of my own choice. I had my instructions from Bellinger's Limited. And those instructions were sent to me after the police got the warnings of the murders that were printed in the papers.
There never were any such instructions. We ransacked all your things, Cust. There wasn't any letter of instructions, was there, Inspector?
No.
Oh, yes, there was.
All right, we'll ring up Ballinger's. May I use your telephone, Miss Marbury?
Why, certainly, Inspector.
The number is Regent 3313, Inspector.
Ballinger's, are you there? Put me on to personnel. Oh, Mac, start packing those exhibits, will you?
Oh, right, sir.
Crome speaking, Scotland Yard. At what date did you employ a commercial traveler named Alexander Bonaparte Cust? No, Cust. A.B. Cust. Initials A.B.C. Yes? Never employed by you. You're absolutely certain? Did you send a man to Andover or Bexhill last week? Not on your route. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Too bad, Cust. I guess this knocks out your last ghost of a chance, doesn't it?
No, Mr. Clark. Because, you see, the instructions were in a letter, and that letter is right in this room.
Well, let's have a look. Come on, Mackenzie, give me a hand. Let's go through these things again.
It won't do you any good to look there, Mr. Clark. I have the letter. Would you like to see it, Mr. Crome? It's here.
Well, I'll be... Where did you get that?
It wasn't on him, Inspector. I'll swear to that. Where did you have this hidden?
Well, Inspector, it isn't generally known, but I do wear a small hairpiece. Not out of vanity, mind you. I find it necessary for the business.
Let's see that letter.
Oh, gladly.
Dear Mr. Cust, enclosed find advance. Typewriter is being posted today. You will...
What a lot of nonsense, Inspector. Look at the typeface of that letter. It's obviously written on Cust's typewriter.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Clark. And the man who wrote that letter was the murderer. Cool as you like, he sent the typewriter to me and instructions on one of Ballinger's letterheads and the money and everything else.
What kind of stunt are you trying to pull here, Cust?
No stunt. It's just that when you made that telephone call, Inspector, and Ballinger said I'd never worked for them, I knew that the typewriter must have been sent to me by the murderer. And the more I thought about it, the more it seemed to me that the murderer must be Mr. Clark.
What? Why, this is too utterly fantastic, Inspector. Really,
the murderer would have had to know something about me. Something I'd never confided to anyone but to Mr. Clark about my headaches. I'd been reading a book in the public library, Inspector, a book on epilepsy, and it seemed to me that what I suffered during the last war might have been epilepsy. And it was on my mind, see? It said that epileptics might commit crimes and not remember them under certain conditions. Without that to go on, the murderer couldn't possibly have pinned the crime on me.
That works two ways, Cust. You might have told me that story deliberately. just so you could cook up this story now.
Well, I couldn't cook up your fingerprints, Mr. Clark. And I'll wager anything. Your fingerprints are on that letter.
Oh, come now, really.
Well, that's easily settled. We can do it right here. Won't take a moment. Take a set of Mr. Clark's fingerprints, Mackenzie. You examine the prints in the letter meantime.
Right, Inspector. Just press your fingers down firmly on this ink pad, Mr. Clark. What is it, Mr. Clark? It's quite simple, really.
Yes, it's so simple it isn't even necessary.
I'm afraid this is necessary, Mr. Clark. Only a matter of routine, you know. But...
I tell you it isn't necessary because Cust is right. I am the murderer.
You? But wait, then you killed your brother Cameron Clark so that you would inherit the estate?
Yes, exactly.
But the others, the A and B murders in Andover and Bexhill and...
I committed them, all of them.
Yes, but...
Come now, gentlemen, surely you'll give me credit for thinking this thing through. If only my brother, Lord Clark, had been murdered, I, being the only heir, would have had a lot of explaining to do. So I invented my own little crime wave to make it appear as though he were just one of the victims of a homicidal maniac. And I must say, it almost came off, thanks to the unknowing cooperation of Mr. Cust here. Thank you just the same, Mr. Cust.
You're very welcome.
Oh, Mr. Cust, I knew you couldn't be a murderer, not really.
Oh, you are a nice girl, Miss Lily. Really, you are
About
a
those
nice
headaches,
girl.
Mr. Cust, why don't you go to an oculist? Those headaches, maybe you just need a new pair of glasses.
I think I'll do that, Miss Lily. Do you really think... Of course, I'll wager that's what's been the trouble with me all along.
You know, you need someone to take care of you.
Oh, I do, Miss Lily. I do, really. If only you... Oh, but no, you couldn't ever think
What, Mr. Cust?
Well, I mean, Miss Lily, I was just thinking it'd be really too much to ask anyone. Mrs. Alexander Bonaparte Cust.
But when we're married, please don't wear that toupee. It's very conspicuous.
Oh, you are a nice girl, Miss Lily. Really, you are. I do hope people won't call you Mrs. ABC.
And so closes the ABC Murders, starring Charles Lawton with Elsa Lanchester and Bramwell Fletcher. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, when Agnes Moorehead will return to our stage as star of the suspense play called She Overheard Murder Speaking. Producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who with Ted Bliss, the director, Lud Gluskin and Lucian Mahowick, conductor and composer, and Robert Tolman, the radio author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, brings you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Dan Daly and Dorothy McGuire in A Blueprint for Murder. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play, A Blueprint for Murder, is a spine-tingling mystery. The thrilling drama of a romance which was overshadowed by the suspicion of murder. It's the quandary of a young man who suspects that the lovely young widow of his brother may be a diabolical poisoner. And as our stars, we have popular Dan Daly and Dorothy McGuire, creating two unusual roles in this suspenseful motion picture from 20th Century Fox. But for a moment, let's listen to Ken Carpenter.
They say it's springtime that'll turn a young man's fancy to thoughts of you-know-what. But I know that a really feminine-looking gal can turn a man's fancy and his head any time of the year. And there's nothing more feminine than sheer, lovely nylon stockings. And, of course, no care but Lux Flakes care for them.
96% of stocking manufacturers recommend Lux Flakes. It pays you to follow their advice because Lux Flakes Care can actually double the wear you get from every pair. So always give your nylons gentle Lux Flakes Care. And when you're picking up Lux Flakes at the market, be sure to get the new Lux, too, Lux Liquid Detergent. It's made just for the dishes job. Even though the carpenters have been using Lux Liquid for months now, I still can't get over how quickly it floats grease off plates and glasses. And so little will do so much. Just a teaspoonful does a dishpan full. While it's rough on grease, Lux Liquid is gentle on your hands. Every bit as mild as you'd expect a Lux product to be. The can it comes in is special, too. It has a wonderful new dripless spout that makes it almost impossible for anyone, including me, to mess up the sides of the can. Yes, Lux Liquid is the next best thing to a dishwashing machine. As good for dishes as Lux Flakes are for nylons. If you don't agree both are all we say, Lever Brothers will give you back whatever you paid for them.
Now, Act 1 of A Blueprint for Murder, starring Dan Daly as Cam and Dorothy McGuire as Lynn Cameron.
The telegram was waiting for me in New Orleans. The telegram from Lynn. I took the next plane back and rushed to the hospital. Late that afternoon, the doctor was able to give us some real encouragement.
And so I think our worries are over, Mr. Cameron. But she was a mighty sick little girl.
You still don't know what was wrong?
Not for sure. The tetany test was negative.
Tetany?
Those muscular spasms she was having, they're quite characteristic. Well, I'm sure she'll have quite a comfortable night. I understand you're the child's uncle, is that right?
Yes, her father's dead, and my brother. I'm very attached to both children and their stepmother.
Well, Mrs. Cameron's had quite an ordeal. Why not take her home? We'll have a special nurse on duty, and if anything at all comes up...
I'll try and get her to leave now.
Oh, I wouldn't think of leaving here if it weren't for Doug. Oh, poor little boy. He doesn't know what to make of all this. I'll phone him and tell him I'm coming. There's a booth down the corridor. Cam, now that you're here, how about spending a few days with us?
I'd really like to, Lynn, but I should get back tomorrow. We're opening a new field in Venezuela.
You're always roaming all over the world. Did it ever occur to you that we might like to see you once in a while? It's so important to the children, especially Doug. He's never quite got over Bill's death, and he's so fond of you.
Let me see what I can do. Maybe I can stay over a few days.
Oh, I wish you would.
Well, here's your phone booth. I'll look up a public stenographer. I got some letters and a couple of telegrams to get off. I'll meet you at the house.
Wonderful. We'll expect you for dinner. And, Cam, thanks for everything.
Gosh, Lynn, do I have to go to bed? Can't we play just one more game?
It's way past your bedtime, Doug, and tomorrow's school.
But Uncle Kim's only going to be here for a few days.
And we're going to have fun for those few days, too. How about the ice show tomorrow?
Oh, boy. Gee, I wish Polly could go, too. It was awful last night, Uncle Kim. The way she kept yelling, "Don't touch my feet."
Yes, I know, but I think we should try and get that out of our minds, Doug.
Dad was just like that when he died.
Just like that?
Well, I'm afraid Doug's letting his imagination run away with him.
But he was. All stiff and funny, too. Just the same as Polly.
Is that right?
Well, there was some similarity, I suppose. But the doctors all agreed that Bill had virus encephalitis. Anyway, there must be a lot of things with the same symptoms.
Yes, I suppose so.
Have you told Uncle Cam about your baseball team, Doug?
Boy, have we got a team. I knocked 2 home runs last week.
If we were up in Boston, Slugger, we could see the Red Sox play. Say, how about letting Doug spend the summer with me?
Oh, please, Lynn, please.
Well, why not? Sounds wonderful.
Oh, boy.
Now, let's see. I've still got the sailboat out in the Cape. I know to take care of the weekends, and during the week...
Lynn took us up to Lake George last summer, and I learned a lot about boats, Uncle Cam.
Seems to me Lynn's been mighty good to you.
She sure has. Well, good night, Uncle Cam.
Good night, Doug.
Good night, Lynn.
Sleep well, dear. And just call if there's anything you want.
I will. See you in the morning, Uncle Cam.
You've been wonderful.
The way you're bringing up those kids.
They're nice kids. It hasn't been hard.
When their mother died, I thought no one would ever be able to take her place. They really love you, Lynn. I don't see how they can help it. I always thought Bill was a lucky man, and now I'm beginning to realize just how...
Oh, excuse me. Hello? Yes. Yes, we'll be right there. Cam, that was Dr. Stevenson at the hospital.
Polly?
He told us to come right over. She's had a relapse.
Cam, well, when did you hit town?
Hello, Fred.
Well, come in. Hey, Maggie, look who's here. Oh, this is wonderful. We haven't seen you in ages. Had your breakfast?
Fred, I've got bad news. I wouldn't be here at this hour except... It's Polly, Fred. Polly's dead.
Dead?
Cam, full of all the wonderful surprises.
Take it easy, honey. Some terrible news. Little Polly Cameron. She's dead.
She's what?
I just can't believe it. Accident?
No. She took sick.
When, Cam? When?
Early this morning at the hospital.
Oh, what a tragedy. And Lynn and poor little Doug, how's he taking it?
Well, they're both under sedatives. Your breakfast, please go ahead.
You'll have some coffee anyway. I'll get another cup.
I have no right to barge in like this, and I should have phoned you first.
That's a fine way to talk to an old friend.
Fred, you're still handling the estate, aren't you?
Yes, of course. Cam, what was wrong with Polly?
Well, the doctor seemed rather uncertain.
He doesn't know?
Sometimes it's hard to tell, I suppose, but there's one thing about it that bothers me.
Well?
Apparently, Polly had the same sort of convulsions that Bill had before he died.
Cam, are you sure of that?
I'm not sure of anything. I only know that Polly kept screaming, "Don't touch my feet."
That's very curious.
I don't see anything curious about it at all.
It's just that I'm afraid there might be something hereditary in all this, and that could hit Doug, too.
Cam, you weren't here when Bill died, were you?
No.
Well, what did the doctors tell you he died from?
Virus encephalitis. It's sort of a sleeping sickness.
Yet in Polly's case, they don't know? Somehow back in my mind, that "don't touch my feet" rings a bell.
Maggie, please. She still writes for those pulp magazines. You know what an imagination she has.
This has nothing to do with imagination. This was research I did at a medical library a couple of years ago. I had an idea for a story, and
That's what I thought, a story.
Well, maybe you're right. Forget it.
Well, if there's something on your mind, say it.
Well, I was looking up a murder case. The victim also had convulsions and kept screaming, "Don't touch my hands."
So?
He died of strychnine poisoning.
Oh, Maggie, for heaven's sake, how can you even suggest such a thing?
I only mean there's a similarity.
You know nothing about what's happened, nothing.
Maggie, don't you think the doctors would have recognized strychnine?
Oh, I don't know. They didn't in the case I looked up, and they apparently don't know what killed Polly. Let's see what the encyclopedia says about convulsions.
Why do you always have to dramatize everything?
You're really going off the deep end, Maggie. Well, look it up if you want to.
She sees a man take a pocket knife to sharpen a pencil, and right away she starts building up a murder case.
Well, don't both of you jump on me. I only mentioned it as something that should be looked into. Anyway, here it is in the encyclopedia.
Let me see it. Well, they list 8 causes. Tetanus. Only tetanus would have required a cut.
Obviously, it wasn't rabies. Epilepsy?
There's no history of it in the family.
With all these others, like a brain tumor, there would have been earlier indications. All except one.
Well?
Read it.
Poisons, especially the alkaloids such as strychnine.
That doesn't prove anything.
No, of course not. I'd like to use your phone. I'd like to call Dr. Stevenson.
And so we thought of the possibility of strychnine, Doctor.
You're serious about this, Mrs. Sargent?
I don't mean to be rude, Doctor, but you do admit you don't know what that child died from.
Is this your idea, too, Mr. Cameron?
I haven't any ideas, Doctor. But you told me it wasn't tetany, and yet that's what you put on the death certificate.
Because that's what we were treating the patient for. She responded to the calcium, so we continued it. As a matter of fact, I suggested an autopsy.
Oh?
Lynn couldn't stand the idea. I agreed, and nothing could be gained by it.
Mrs. Sargent, just how do you think the child got the poison?
I don't know, of course, but I don't see how it could have been accidental.
I hope you realize what you're saying. Meanwhile, Mr. Cameron, I'm afraid I don't want any part of all this.
I'm sorry I ever mentioned it. Come on, Cam, let's go.
Thank you for seeing us.
You're quite welcome, Mr. Cameron.
Who could have done it, Maggie? Who?
Oh, several people.
For instance?
For instance, Lynn. Good day, Dr. Stevenson.
Maggie, what's got into you making a crazy crack like that about Lynn?
Now, doggone it, I'm getting mad. I only said it was possible she could have done it, and it is.
You've got her all wrong. She certainly made Bill a good wife. He was very happy with her.
Do you plan to stay on?
Till the end of the week.
For 3 or 4 days, huh? Can I drive you anywhere?
No, thanks.
Think it over, Cam. It sounds ridiculous, I know. But is it?
Say hello to Fred. I'll see you both in a day or two. I was with Lynn most of the next few days. More and more I realized what a wonderful person she was. Her warmth and affection for Doug helped so much to soften the blow of his sister's death. Never did Maggie's suspicions seem more fantastic than now.
Must you really leave tomorrow, Cam?
I've stretched it as long as I could, Lynn. But I'll be back as soon as I can. You can rely on that.
I don't know what I would have done without... Yes, Anna?
It's the phone, ma'am, for Mr. Cameron. It's Mr. Sargent.
Tell him I'll call him back later, Anna.
No, go on. I'll run upstairs and see if Doug's asleep.
I'll take it in the study, Anna.
Yes.
I just wanted to know if you're still leaving in the morning.
Yes, of course. Why?
Well, I hesitate to talk about it on the phone. It's about your brother Bill's estate.
Well?
Under the terms of his will, Lynn shares in trust. She receives only the interest unless...
Well, unless what?
Now, I don't want you to think we're jumping at conclusions, Cam. We're not. It's just that I...
Unless what?
Unless both children were to die. Both Polly and Doug.
Fred, what the devil are you trying to say?
Well, it could provide a motive.
I'm amazed at you.
I know how all this must sound, Cam, but I think you ought to stay over another day so we can talk it over.
All right. I'll see you in the morning.
Cam? Anything wrong?
Wrong? Oh, no. Fred just called to say goodbye.
Oh, I hate that word.
I told him he was being premature, and I've decided to stay a day or two longer. That is, if it's all right with you.
You know it is.
Was Doug all right?
Oh, yes, thank goodness. I'm worried about him. He doesn't look at all well.
It's been the same for him as for the rest of us. Such a terrible shock.
No, but Doug hasn't been looking well for weeks. I'm thinking of taking him out of school, Cam, maybe a trip to Europe.
Why?
Well, he needs a change. Everything here only reminds him of his father and Polly. And it would be good for me, too.
How long would you be away?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe a year or so.
That long?
Might be very good for him. Visiting all the little out-of-the-way places and just taking it easy. I'm not worried about his schoolwork. He's such a bright boy. We could take some sort of study schedule with us, and that way it would be good.
No point in getting excited about it, Cam. We're just talking about it among ourselves. But I can't close my eyes to the fact that Lynn did have a motive.
I don't care how it adds up. You'll never convince me that Lynn is capable of murder.
Bill left a lot of money, Cam. Almost $1 million.
And now you tell us she's thinking of taking Doug abroad.
Yes, to those out-of-the-way places in Europe.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Be objective. That's all.
Cam, I've gone through every book on poison cases I can find. There have been plenty of women who were poison murderers.
Stop it, Maggie. Please.
Madeline Smith, Florence Maybrick, Lydia Trueblood, dozens of others. Many of them were young, beautiful, intelligent, and cultured.
You still refuse to answer a very simple question. If it was strychnine that killed Polly, why didn't the doctors recognize it?
Because they weren't looking for it. Here's the dope on lots of famous poison cases. Not in one instance did a doctor call the turn based on medical diagnosis.
You just can't dismiss it as impossible, that's all. At least I can't.
And here's something else you might look over. This happened in Philadelphia. More than 100 people killed by arsenic before even one of the cases was suspected. Yet that's the only case reported in Philadelphia in the last 20 years.
All right. How do they account for it?
Because there are so many diseases, apparently, that simulate poison symptoms. And the idea of murder seems so utterly incredible to the doctors that it doesn't even enter their minds.
Don't think I'm sold on this theory, Cam, because I'm not. Too many things don't make sense. If Lynn were guilty, for example, she'd have had Polly's body cremated.
Lynn did want Polly cremated. I talked her out of it. Bill wouldn't have wanted it.
I see. I didn't know.
Then Polly could have been poisoned.
Cam, we just can't dismiss this lightly.
Well, I can and I will.
And if Doug should also die, Cam, then what?
Doug?
Would you ever be able to forgive yourself?
You're a lawyer. What do you suggest?
I'm afraid there's only one thing to do. Talk to the police. Get a court order for an autopsy.
All right. Let's get it over with.
Cam? Aren't you coming in? Dinner's ready.
Oh.
What's the matter with you? You've been staring out of that window for half an hour. Ever since you got that phone call.
Where's Doug?
I told you. He's having dinner at his friend's down the street.
Lynn, I've got to talk to you.
Well, can't it wait until after dinner?
No, it can't wait any longer. Lynn, I don't know how to begin. That phone call before, it was about Polly. Polly was poisoned.
Poisoned?
Yes.
Oh. Why, it just couldn't be. Cam, there must be some mistake.
I'm afraid not.
But how? How could it have happened?
The police think it was intentional.
Police?
Yes, it was their medical examiner who performed the autopsy. They want you and the servants down for questioning tomorrow morning.
Oh, but this is impossible. It doesn't make any sense. The police, what gave them the idea of performing an autopsy?
Lynn, you know Dr. Stevenson wasn't certain what caused Polly's death.
No.
Well, there was a reason for thinking it could have been strychnine. The symptoms are almost identical.
And you knew about this, and you didn't even mention it to me.
I didn't think they'd find anything wrong. There was no purpose in upsetting you. I know it's miserable being dragged down to the police for a lot of stupid
well,
questions.
that can't be helped, but there's one fact we can't get away from. If Polly was poisoned, then somebody did it. And it's up to us to find that somebody.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll need your help more than ever now.
I'll be here.
Thank you.
Before we continue with Act Two of A Blueprint for Murder, let's hear from Francis Scully.
Well, I've been having spring fever, Ken, so I went to see Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's romantic hit, Rhapsody.
Well, I'd say that has the perfect cast for romance, Francis. Beautiful Elizabeth Taylor in Technicolor, and those two sensational screen discoveries, Vittorio Gassman and John Erickson.
Yes, and in the picture, they are brilliant young musical artists. And you'll hear some of the world's greatest music.
So I'm told. Doesn't Elizabeth Taylor play the role of the spoiled, willful girl they both love?
That's right, Ken, in the most romantic performance of her career. The picture is in a delightfully carefree mood, and the background swiftly changes from Switzerland to Paris and the Riviera as the three young stars bring us the absorbing love story.
Well, looks like MGM has another hit for their 30th anniversary. Good night, Francis. And now our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of A Blueprint for Murder, starring Dorothy McGuire as Lynn and Dan Daly as Cam.
Lynn was questioned the following morning at police headquarters. Lieutenant Cole seemed almost apologetic. He dismissed her in a matter of moments. Then he brought Fred and me to Captain Pringle's office.
Well, Lieutenant, where's Mrs. Cameron?
I just let her go, Captain. She was very cooperative, but I'm afraid we didn't learn very much.
Nothing from the servants either. They're all very loyal to her. What'd she have to say about them?
Nothing but the best. But it all seems to boil down to Mrs. Cameron, or the cook, or the maid, or the chauffeur. They were the only ones in the house the night little girl took sick, except the little boy, of course.
They had dinner at 7 o'clock. Polly took sick about 11:30, and no one admits giving her anything to eat in the meantime.
Yet strychnine would have started to work in half an hour or so.
Well, that's about it, I suppose.
You don't sound very hopeful, do you?
These poison cases are always Billy's. It'll be very tough proving anything.
Now, don't get the idea we're laying down, Mr. Cameron. but there have been only 2 poison murder convictions in the whole city of New York in the last 50 years, both based on confessions.
There's nothing else you want us for?
Just one thing more. We're having your brother's body exhumed, Mr. Cameron.
Why do you have to do that?
I think you'll agree that if we find out that he was poisoned, too, it may go a long way toward helping us find the one we're looking for.
He's right, Cam.
You start on a case like this, and you never know where it's going to lead.
We'll be in touch with you, Mr. Cameron.
Thank you. Fred, where will you be late this afternoon?
Maggie and I? Well, we're meeting for cocktails at the plaza. Any chance of joining us?
Not for cocktails. I may want to see you.
Why?
Well, I may have something. I may need some advice.
Cam, over here.
Oh, Maggie. Well, I've just come from the library.
Oh, no, not you, too.
I went through all those books on toxicology. Lynn couldn't have done it, only now I can prove it.
How?
You die of strychnine during a convulsion. You die of suffocation.
Well, what does that mean?
It means that somebody gave Polly a second dose in the hospital.
In the hospital?
She was getting better. How could convulsions start all over again nearly 20 hours later?
I never thought of that.
No, and neither did the police or anyone else. Besides, I called the medical examiner, and he had to agree.
Well, of course, in all the strychnine cases we looked up, they either died in a few hours or they got well.
And it proves that Lynn is absolutely innocent.
But how could the hospital have given Polly strychnine? By mistake?
That's what I've got to find out. I'm seeing Dr. Stevenson again in the morning.
Well, here it is, Mr. Cameron, the patient's chart. The only medicines administered were all quite routine. They were supplied by our hospital pharmacy downstairs.
What medicines? What was Polly given the night she died?
At 10 o'clock, she was given calcium chloride pepsin in capsule form. We've been giving her other calcium preparations, but she'd complained of the disagreeable chalky taste. So at 6:30, I switched to these. She was given a second capsule at 10:30.
Well?
No ill effects indicated. She took the third capsule at 11:30. Half an hour later, the convulsion started.
Could the strychnine have been in that last capsule?
Well, it's possible, of course, but I'd like to remind you it came directly from the hospital pharmacy. Well, I'm scheduled for surgery. I'd like to check with you later, if I may.
Thanks. I appreciate your help.
Frankly, though, I don't know what more I can add.
Mr. Cameron, you wanted to see me? I'm Miss Brownell.
The supervisor said you're the nurse who was on duty here the night my niece died.
Oh, yes, and I can't tell you how sorry.
Do you recall Dr. Stevenson asking you to have a prescription filled about 6:30?
Well, yes, vaguely.
May I ask where you took the prescription?
Well, the hospital pharmacy downstairs.
They never saw that prescription. The pharmacy downstairs was closed. They close at 6 o'clock every night. They just told me so.
Oh, of course, I remember now. I was just about to send it out when Mrs. Cameron offered to get it filled.
Mrs. Cameron?
Well, yes, the child's mother. I remember it very clearly now. Oh, is that all, sir?
Yes, thanks. But that wasn't all. In the morning, the police sent for the nurse. She reported to Captain Pringle's office.
Now, tell us, Miss Brownell, how did you happen to ask Mrs. Cameron to get the medicine?
Well, I didn't ask her. The hospital pharmacy was closed, and she offered to get the prescription filled herself.
Who delivered it to the hospital?
Well, she brought it back.
What time was that?
Oh, I imagine about 7:30.
The capsules were in a bottle?
Yes.
The bottle was sealed?
No. No, it was just an ordinary bottle cap.
And it would have been possible for someone to have tampered with the capsules without you knowing about it, huh?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
That'll be all, Miss Brownell. Thank you very much for coming here.
Not at all. Goodbye.
Who's next?
Miss Cameron's chauffeur, a fellow named Wheeler.
Okay, bring him in.
Now then, Wheeler, you say Mrs. Cameron left the hospital just after 6:30 and you drove her to that drugstore.
Yes, sir.
What time did you return to the hospital?
Oh, about 7:30. A little earlier, maybe.
How long did it take to get it filled?
10 minutes, maybe.
Then you should have been back at the hospital long before 7:30.
Well, on our way back, Mrs. Cameron stopped off at her apartment.
Oh? Why?
She didn't say.
How long was she there?
Not very long. A few minutes.
You remember if she had the bottle with her when she went up to her apartment?
Well, she must have. She put it in her purse.
You're positive?
Yes, sir.
That's all, Willie. You can leave now. Thanks.
Yes.
Well, you've seen the nurse, the chauffeur, the cook, and the maid. Only where are we?
Who's waiting in your office?
Mrs. Cameron, brother-in-law, that lawyer, sergeant, and sergeant's wife.
Okay, we'll talk to Mrs. Cameron. We'd better have a stenographer in here.
That sounds encouraging.
I can dream, can't I?
Please sit down, Mrs. Cameron. Oh, you don't mind if the stenographer takes some notes?
No, not at all, Lieutenant. I want to cooperate fully.
Well, first of all, Mrs. Cameron, the nurse at the hospital tells us you offered to get that prescription filled.
That's right, I did.
But instead of returning to the hospital, you went home.
Yes,
Why'd you go there, Mrs. Cameron?
to pick up some things for Polly.
What things?
Comb, brush, toothpaste, things like that. The night before, there wasn't time to think of anything except getting the child to the hospital.
Yes, of course. How long would you say you remained in your apartment?
Only a few minutes.
Did you open the bottle containing the capsules?
No, why should I?
Then you had the chauffeur drive you back to the hospital where you handed the medicine to the nurse. Is that right?
Exactly.
You admit handing the medicine to the nurse.
Admit, that's a strange word.
You realize, Mrs. Cameron, that the fatal dose was definitely administered at the hospital. That's been proved.
So I understand.
Well, our next step is to find out who was responsible. You and Mr. Cameron were the only visitors?
That's right.
You and the hospital attendants were always present while Mr. Cameron was there.
I know.
So that rules him out.
And there was always someone present while I was there.
Nevertheless, the poison was somehow slipped into the calcium capsule, and all the medicine came directly from the hospital pharmacy except the bottle you gave the nurse. Now, this bottle was in your possession when you stopped off at your apartment. This gave you the opportunity to put the poison into the capsules. What's more, Mrs. Cameron, you're the one person with a motive.
I'm sure you must realize what you're saying.
Yes, I do. The death of the two children would make you a very wealthy woman. You wanted the child cremated. You opposed an autopsy, though there was doubt as to the cause of the child's death, and Dr. Stevenson requested it.
You think I did this thing? That I killed Polly?
It's beginning to look that way, Mrs. Cameron.
I love that child as if she were my own. I couldn't have done it. I couldn't.
Well, that'll be all for now, Mrs. Cameron. If you'll just wait in the other room, please.
I'd like to speak with my brother-in-law.
That's where you'll find him.
I'd like to speak with him alone.
Very well, Mrs. Cameron. Just come with me.
They think I did it. They think I killed Polly.
Yes, I know.
Oh, I'm trying to keep calm. I mustn't get unnerved. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. But I must. I must.
Lynn.
If things should go against me, Cam, what about Doug? From the way they talked, I may be held over for a trial or something.
Well, yes, I suppose
Cam,
so.
if it does happen, will you take Doug until it's all over?
Of course I will.
And try not to let him ever hear about this. He mustn't know.
But that day when I left police headquarters, I left with Lynn. They'd released her again, and for 3 more days, nothing happened. Nothing, at least, that we knew about. But they were very full days for the police.
Checked and double-checked everything, Mr. Henderson. That's why Cole and I have come to you. We're ready to turn the case over to the district attorney's office.
You know how I feel about all this. I need a lot more answers than I've got now.
Maybe we can give them to you.
All right. What about the other pills in that bottle?
There were a dozen capsules altogether. The child was given 3. She had no reaction from the first 2. Third was it, strychnine.
I'm talking about the other 9.
Negative.
Exactly. You've drawn nothing but blanks. Where would she have got the poison? In a drugstore? Not if she's half as smart as you think she is. What about the apartment?
Well, insecticides, we've gone through it twice with experts. Same with everything in the medicine cabinets. No trace of strychnine or any other poison.
Yeah. And this is the case you want us to bring before a judge and jury?
Yes, sir, because we know she did it. She must have done it.
All right, leave everything here, all the reports. And keep digging. I can't take it to trial unless we get more evidence.
Okay, we'll keep trying.
Nothing happened. Nothing at all. At the end of the following week, I went to the district attorney's office.
I've told you a dozen times, Mr. Cameron, if we bring this woman up for preliminary examination, I'm absolutely certain no judge will hold her over for trial. Not on this evidence.
You believe she's guilty, don't you?
Well, what if I do?
Captain Pringle does too, so does Cole. She's planning to take my nephew to Europe. 6 months, a year, even 5 years from now, he'll suddenly die in some obscure place.
You could be right, Mr. Henderson, and then by the time we hear about it, the body will have been cremated.
That's all quite possible, Pringle, but it's supposition, not evidence. If there's no chance of winning the case, there's no sense bringing it into court.
You mean you base your reputation on winning cases, not on losing them, so you play only the sure bet?
He meant nothing of the kind. But if we don't come up with some new evidence, we're dead.
So is the boy. The boy's life is in your hands.
I don't appreciate your putting it quite that way.
There's no other way to put it.
I think there is. I think that we... Hello, this is Henderson. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, okay, thank you. Well, that was the medical examiner. There is no evidence of poison in connection with your brother's death. That at least would have been some help to us.
That still doesn't alter the need of protecting my nephew.
All right, Cameron. I don't like this, but under the circumstances, I suppose I have to. Pringle.
Yes, sir?
Get out a warrant for the arrest of Mrs. Lynn Cameron.
Final act of A Blueprint for Murder in a moment. Now a moment with the beautiful young actress, Charlotte Austin. An extraordinary one, too. She made her debut at the advanced age of 2 weeks.
Well, it wasn't even a walk-on part, Mr. Cummings. As a matter of fact, I don't even think I was walking at 2 weeks.
Being the trooper you are, though, I suppose you want to tell me about a new picture of yours.
Not mine, I'm sorry to say. 20th Century Fox, CinemaScope, Technicolor, the works, but no show with Austin.
You must mean Prince Valiant. A tremendous production, I hear, with a tremendous cast. James Mason, Janet Leigh, Robert Wagner, and Deborah Paget. Isn't it Hollywood's premiere on April 2nd?
Uh-huh, and the New York premiere will be April 6th. Well, I guess just about everyone has read the wonderful adventure strip it's based on, grown-ups and children alike. 20th Century Fox went all out making the picture, too. Director Henry Hathaway traveled 10,000 miles through Great Britain to find authentic locations.
Well, stories about King Arthur's times will always be popular with every age group, Charlotte. So will pretty girls with pretty complexions, pretty Lux complexions like yours.
Well, thank you. Janet Leigh and Deborah Paget will make you and Lux Toilet so proud of them in Prince Valiant. They're like me, you know. They wouldn't be without Lux.
9 out of 10 stars depend on mild, gentle Lux toilet soap to care for their valuable complexions. Lever Brothers will return your money if you don't think Lux is every bit as wonderful as we say it is. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Curtain rises on Act 3 of A Blueprint for Murder, starring Dorothy McGuire as Lynn and Dan Daly as Cam.
Lynn agreed it would be better for Doug if he stayed with me until it was over. The boy and I moved in with Fred and Maggie Sargent. Then came the hearing. We got exactly nowhere. All the judge did was echo what the district attorney had been saying right along.
The state has failed to offer any tangible proof that Mrs. Cameron put strychnine in a calcium capsule. Undeniably, Mrs. Cameron had a possible motive for such a crime, but as the defense pointed out, she's not the only one. Mr. Whitney Cameron, her brother-in-law, also stood to inherit the fortune should both the children and Mrs. Cameron die. Mrs. Cameron is a woman of high repute. Witnesses have testified that she was an affectionate and indulgent mother to both her foster children. I find that the state has failed to establish probable cause, and I hereby order the defendant discharged forthwith.
Well, I guess that's that, Mr. Cameron. We're licked, unless we can find new evidence.
You spoke to her a few minutes ago, just before she left the courtroom. What'd she say?
She asked about Doug.
He's been with you all week, hasn't he?
Yes, at Fred Sargent's house.
The boy know about what's been going on?
No, I told him she was called out of town, Chicago. I asked her just now if I could keep the boy until tomorrow. She agreed. I said I'd bring him home in the morning.
She's pretty sore, huh?
No, that's just it. She doesn't realize I've had any part of all this. She thinks it's been entirely a police matter.
It's a tough break for all of us.
I can't leave that boy in her hands. I've got to get him away, and I've only got until tomorrow.
Well, just don't you do anything foolish, Mr. Cameron. Don't you do anything you'll be sorry for. The way things stand, the boy belongs with her. She has legal custody.
Legal custody so she can poison him, too? You all know she's guilty. What do you do about it? You throw up your hands and offer your sympathy.
Now, look, you're all upset. That's perfectly understandable. But why don't you just...
Losing my mind, that's all.
Now, you stop by tomorrow. You do that, Mr. Cameron. You bring your lawyer friend. Maybe we can figure something out.
All that night I tried to think of something. Fred and Maggie, too. Some legal way of getting Doug away from her. It was no use. There just wasn't time. The next morning, I brought Doug back to Lynn.
I'm sorry I've kept you waiting, Cam. I took Doug upstairs to show him some presents I brought for him. He seemed so glad to get home.
Yes, I'm sure he is.
He was telling me all about the plans you two have been making, about spending the summer together.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that as much as he is.
This isn't easy to tell you, Cam, but I'm afraid we'll have to postpone it. Remember I told you I was planning a trip to Europe?
Well, yes, but
I've just got to get away from all this unpleasantness. You can understand that, can't you? It's all been such a nightmare.
When do you want to go?
Well, I've been lucky. I've got reservations on the Victoria, and it's sailing tomorrow night.
That soon?
We'll probably be gone for about a year. I'm planning quite an itinerary. We'll spend 2 or 3 weeks in England, and then France, Switzerland, and then if Doug wants to...
I left the house a few moments later. There was only one thing left to do. I went first to the steamship office, and then to one of those little stores that sells garden supplies.
Well, if you're looking for something to kill ants, I think this ought to take care of them.
What is this stuff, a liquid or a paste?
It's a liquid. They put honey in it to attract the ants, and then, of course, the arsenic does the rest. But if you got any children, you better be careful where you put it.
Yes, I will.
You know, it's a funny thing. We got lots of insecticides today that don't hurt humans. But people keep on asking for these old standbys.
You certainly seem to carry a variety. What are these things? These white pills?
Innocent looking, aren't they?
They look like aspirin.
Aspirin? Not quite, mister. Every one of these pills is stamped with a W. There, you see? That identifies them.
But what are they?
Strongest stuff we ever carry. Rodenticide. Kills rats and gophers. Put out by a Midwestern concern.
Arsenic?
Strychnine. Enough to kill a horse. Well, good luck with the ants, mister. Come back again.
When the Victoria sailed the following night, I was aboard. Doug was delighted to see me, then seemed rather pleased herself after the first shock of surprise. Later, when Doug went to bed, she met me in the cocktail room.
I think this is wonderful, Cam. But now, really, this isn't just a sudden impulse to take a boat ride.
Doug believing? He didn't doubt me for a moment.
I'm older and wiser.
Well, it's really quite simple. My firm had me down for a trip to France.
I thought you said Venezuela.
I felt that now was as good a time as any to make it.
All right. And now the real reason.
Well, standing by while you went through all this horrible ordeal was as miserable for me as it was for you. I wanted you to know that.
You're making this trip just to tell me that?
It isn't one of those things you can say in one night while someone's packing trunks. Not if you want to sound convincing.
Oh, I see.
Still don't believe me, huh? You're a hard woman.
And when did you decide to come along?
When you first told me you were going to Europe.
Why then?
Because that was the moment when I realized how much I'd miss you.
I wish I could believe that. No. No, I take it back. I want to believe you can. And I do. I do.
My plan couldn't have been working more smoothly. It could have been a wonderful trip if only the circumstances had been different. There were moments when I was horrified by the enormity of what I was going to do. And those terrible moments of doubt when I wonder if Lynn weren't innocent. But at the bottom of everything was the overwhelming fact that Polly had been murdered. It was our last night at sea. My time had finally run out.
Where's Lynn, Uncle Cam?
She's waiting for me out on deck, Doug. I told her I wanted to come down and say goodnight to you.
There's a big dance in the ballroom, huh?
It won't be long now before you'll be getting all dressed up and going to dances, too.
You want to bet? I hate dancing. Uncle Cam, can't you stay with us in England?
Oh, I'd like to, Doug, but, well, I've got to earn a living, you know.
Well, then when will I see you again?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'll get a chance to fly over during the summer.
You promise?
Okay, I promise. Oh, you'll have a wonderful time in Europe.
I would if you were alone.
Now, don't you worry about that. Right now, I want you to go to sleep.
Okay.
I'll see you in the morning before we dock.
Good night, Uncle Cam. Have a good time tonight.
Thanks. Good night, boy. I went to my stateroom and put it in my pocket. That small bottle that I'd filled with poison I'd bought the day before the boat had sailed. I met Lynn. I suggested a cocktail in the lounge before we went to the dance. I'd rehearsed this scene 100 times in my mind. But now my mind was numb. The idea of taking the life of a human being was like a hideous dream.
Bacardi cocktails. Remember, Cam?
Remember?
Oh, of course you wouldn't. It was just that you and I first met at a cocktail party, and they served Bacardis.
But I do remember the party was for you and Bill, just before you two got married. I wish I'd met you first. I thought you were the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. Why, I can...
Hey, be careful.
What? Oh, no. How clumsy can I get?
Now, don't be so upset. I've spilled a few cocktails in my time. Wait for me, will you? It won't take long to change. I'll be back in a moment.
The waiter brought another drink and went back to the bar. I put my hand on the little bottle in my pocket. It would be so easy, so simple. But my hand wouldn't move. It was as if it belonged to someone else. I'd have to find another opportunity later tonight. But suppose I was wrong. But Fred agreed, and Maggie, the DA, the police, all of them agreed. Only Lynn could have done it. If I could just be certain. Lynn was back now. We drank our cocktails and went to the dance. It went on and on as if it would never end. And then suddenly...
Oh, no.
No, what?
Oh, can't you hear? Old Lang Syne, silly. Means the end of the dance.
The end of the voyage.
And it's been wonderful.
Feel like walking? How about a turn or two around the deck?
I'd love to. I'd better have a wrap, though, hadn't I?
Yes, you'd better. Give me a key. I'll get your phone. I knew then that I just couldn't go through with it. Out on deck, I took the bottle from my pocket and dropped it into the water. I picked up a wrap in her stateroom, and then as I was leaving, my eye caught the bright array of fancy bottles on her dressing table. Perfume, lotions. It seems crazy, but somehow I sensed an association between those bottles and the one I had thrown away. I stood there looking at them. They weren't all cosmetics. There were others, too. Neatly arranged in a little traveling kit. Medicines, things for first aid, and a bottle of aspirin. Suddenly, I was back in the store, and the clerk was talking to me.
Aspirin? Not quite, mister. Strongest stuff we carry. Enough to kill a horse.
I opened the bottle and dumped out the pills. They were all aspirin. All except 3. 3 pills just a little different from any of the others, and stamped with a W.
Don't you think it's time to call it a night?
This is the last night we'll be alone for a long time. How about a good night drink?
Fine, I'd like that.
Your stateroom's closer than mine. Let's go in. I'll order something from the bar.
You're not drinking. What's the matter, Cam?
Nothing really. Just the unhappy thought that it's all over.
Oh, the trip. I'm sorry it's over, too. But now tell me something, and I want the truth. Why did you really take this boat?
You know why?
I know the reason you gave me. It's all very flattering. It's a little difficult to believe.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. Of course you are the sort of man who might do crazy, impulsive things.
Like going to Europe so I could be with you for 5 days?
Yes. Cam. Your hand's shaking. What is it?
It's nothing. Nothing's wrong.
You know something? This drink tastes funny. It's bitter.
Really? Let me see. Mine seems all right.
It's just my imagination, I suppose.
No. No, not your imagination, Lynn. A few minutes ago, when I was in here getting your wrap, I found a bottle of aspirin over there.
Oh?
3 of the tablets in the bottle were different from the others. They had a W on them, Lynn. That's the trademark of a tablet containing strychnine.
Cam, for heaven's sakes.
Why were those pills different from the others?
Because they were another brand. But I refuse to go through all that again.
Yet they were in the same bottle.
Well, why not? I've been taking another kind of aspirin. I had a few left over, so I put them in a new bottle to save space. Is that so unusual?
Lynn, the W is the trademark of a poison.
Ah, so that's the real reason you came on this trip. You were behind all those ridiculous accusations from the start.
You still say they were just aspirin?
Of course they are.
That's good. I'm relieved. I'm very relieved.
Why?
Because that's why your drink tastes a little peculiar. I put one of those pills in your cocktail, and you've just taken it.
I don't think we have anything more to discuss. Ever. Get out, Cam.
Just a moment, please.
Who are you?
My name's Connolly, Mrs. Cameron. I'm Ship's detective. Mr. Cameron sent for me as a witness.
You've been listening to us.
Yeah.
As a witness. So that's what you've been expecting. An hysterical admission that the pill contains strychnine. You never give up, do you, Cam? Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. The tablet was harmless.
Mr. Cameron, seems you've made a very unfortunate mistake. If you'll excuse me, I'd like to leave.
This sort of thing's getting to be a habit with him, Mr. Conley.
Connolly, wait a minute. Look at your watch, Lynn. It's been almost 5 minutes since you took that drink. Right now, your life can be saved. Even another 5 minutes, but beyond that, you'll die.
You know all about strychnine, don't you?
Lynn, please. If it was strychnine, let me call a doctor before it's too late.
But on the other hand, if the tablet was nothing more than aspirin, there wouldn't be much point in calling a doctor now, would there? And if I were to admit that it did contain strychnine, there still wouldn't be any sense in phoning for a doctor. It's a sort of even Steven, isn't it? Death by strychnine or death by the electric chair. Take your choice.
Lynn, it's 5 minutes past 1. Every second is bringing you closer to a horrible death. Don't be a fool.
Strange, isn't it? You seem to be the one who's going to pieces, not I. You know, it just occurred to me. If I should die, you're the one who'll be facing the electric chair. Or hadn't you thought of that? It must take nerve to kill someone, Cam, to sit by and watch someone die. How would you like to have a death on your conscience? My death.
This is too much for me. Now, did you or did you not give this woman strychnine?
I gave her a pill marked with a W that I took from that bottle on the dressing table.
Then it was absolutely harmless, Mr. Conley. You have nothing to worry about.
Lynn, please, you don't have much time.
Tell me, Mr. Conley, what are your impressions of this man? Would you say he had character, honor, integrity? I'm sure you would. But I'm afraid his looks are quite deceiving. Let me tell you about him. He lived in my home as a guest, as a relative, as a warm friend. But all the while he was accepting my hospitality. He was taking everything I said, every incident that occurred, and was conniving to build up a case against me. Oh, but his betrayal didn't end there. Even after the court threw out his ridiculous charges, he kept on and on. But this last attempt, this is the most contemptible of all. You must really be proud of yourself, Cam. Only nothing's happening to me. Even you ought to be convinced by now you're being an idiot. A complete idiot. You were there with me the night that Polly died. You heard her screams. You saw the horrible agony she went through. Do you think that anyone who'd seen that would take the same chance of dying in that same horrible way? Do you? Well, I've been an even bigger fool than you. You took me in completely. I was even falling in love with you. All right now. Get out. Get out or I'll call the purser.
I assure you that Mr. Cameron will leave at once. This is the most outrageous thing I've ever witnessed. You realize, Cameron, I'll have to make a full report of all this. Go ahead. Make your report. I went to my stateroom. I must have been sane. Blindly sane. How could I have been so wrong? Apparently, Polly's death was due to one of those impossible accidents that couldn't happen but did. 1,000,000 to 1 shot. A mistake by a careless clerk in a drugstore. I was horror-stricken at the thought that it was only by the merest chance that I hadn't murdered her. What a mess. What a complete, miserable mess I'd made of everything. I wondered if I...
Cameron, come along. Hurry. You're wanted in the surgeon's office right away.
Mr. Cameron, I'm Dr. Wells. Mrs. Cameron is inside. Another few moments, and it would have been too late.
She phoned Dr. Wells as soon as we left. Doctor, she live?
Yes, Mr. Cameron. She'll live.
Lynn Cameron was convicted of murder in the 1st degree. Her sentence, life imprisonment. And so to the names of Madeline Smith, Florence Maybrick, and Lydia Trueblood, and all those other young, beautiful, but evil poison murderers was added that of Lynn Cameron. Something to remember? Perhaps. Doug and I, we're trying to forget.
Our stars will return in a moment.
Pepsodent new flavor. Pepsodent new flavor. Pepsodent new flavor. Wow! Pepsodent new flavor. And the clean mouth taste for hours.
Yes, the big news is Pepsodent has a brand new, wonderful flavor.
Now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
Please step forward, Dan Daly and Dorothy McGuire. Well, I must say you both really stepped out of character tonight to play two unusual roles.
There's nothing an actress likes better than to play a part entirely different from her last one.
And what was your last one, Dorothy?
The part of a secretary in 3 Coins in the Fountain for 20th Century Fox. It's in color and cinemascope. And Clifton Webb, Gene Peters, and I went to Italy to make it.
I wonder I'm not getting anywhere in this business. All the pictures of me are made in Europe. I saw Night People, which stars Gregory Peck and Broderick Crawford. One of the most exciting thrillers I ever saw. And that was filmed in Berlin. Now, why don't I get those parts? I wasn't even considered for an Academy Award this year.
What a terrible oversight. Why was that, Dan?
Can't imagine, unless it's because I didn't make any pictures.
Well, I'll tell you what you do. You find a fountain, and you throw in a coin and make a wish.
Now, where is he going to find a fountain around here?
Never mind that. Where am I going to find the coin? I haven't been working.
You'd have me in tears if I didn't know you're going into a picture tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, we're making no business like show business now. Well, it isn't the money, Irving. I just missed the love scenes with those Lux girls. It's not the real thing on radio.
Well, I can tell you that Lux is the real thing when it comes to complexion care. Lux soap is the favorite of our loveliest stars.
Including Dorothy McGuire?
I wouldn't be without it, Irving. Now I hear you have a delightful show for next week.
We certainly think so. It's a charming romance and one of Paramount Pictures' most delightful screen comedies. Welcome, Stranger. And we have a fascinating trio of stars. First, a brand new personality, Pat Crowley. Then, one of the most lovable character actors in Hollywood, Barry Fitzgerald. And one of the screen's most handsome comedians, Cary Grant.
It should be just great, Irving. Good night.
Good night, and all our thanks.
Now here's Art Linkletter with a word for the busy housewife.
When you're at the store pushing that metal cart around, have you ever noticed how many detergents there are? My gosh, you get dizzy just looking at them.
So what's a poor girl to do? Try all of them?
Some people do. And generally speaking, they find that a good detergent gets things clean looking and...
Well, then it doesn't make any difference which one you buy. Just close your eyes.
Wait just a minute there. Open your eyes when you buy that detergent. But when you're trying to find out if your wash is really clean, don't rely on looks alone, because your nose can tell you what your eyes can't see.
Oh, you mean that things aren't really clean unless they smell clean.
That's right. If things don't smell clean, they aren't as clean as they should be. And like I said, all good detergents will give you a wash that's clean looking, but Surf, all-purpose Surf, will do more. Surf gets things so clean they smell clean, too. So clean they smell like sunshine. And that means they're clean, clear through. One wash day with Surf will prove that to you. And you won't go reaching blindly for just any detergent down at the store. You'll always reach for Surf. Now remember, no matter how tough a laundry job you've got, greasy work clothes and overalls, towels, sheets, Surf gets things really clean. So get the big money-saver economy-size box of Surf, because I know you'll like it.
Lever Brothers Company, makers of Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Liquid Detergent, invite you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Welcome Stranger, starring Cary Grant, Barry Fitzgerald, and Pat Crowley. This is Irving Cummings saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in our cast tonight were Yvonne Patey as Maggie, Fred Mackay as Fred, Harry Scher as Doug, Jonathan Hole as Dr. Stevenson, Barney Phillips as Captain Detective Pringle, Jack Crucian as Lieutenant Detective Cole, William Conrad as the District Attorney, Joyce McCluskey as the nurse, Herb Butterfield as the judge, and Jimmy Eagles, Charlie Seal, John Larch, and Eddie Marr. Our radio play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was composed and directed by Rudy Schrager. Don't forget Lever Brothers' Pair and a Spare plan, the smart new way to buy stockings. You get 3 nationally advertised, first-quality Canon nylon stockings, $1.85 value for just $1, plus box tops or wrappers from Lever Brothers products. Look for details on the packages. This is your announcer, Ken Carpenter, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Welcome Stranger, starring Cary Grant, Barry Fitzgerald, and Pat Crowley. Every Thursday evening, Lever Brothers Company brings you the Lux Video Theater. Consult your local newspaper for time and station. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Do you like riddles? Of course you do. Give me a good riddle that seems to defy solution, and I'll settle down happily to unravel it like a cat with a ball of twine. And like the cat, I usually succeed in making a tangled mess of it. But untangling a mystery, Finding the answer to the riddle is fun. Unless, of course, you happen to be involved in it personally, and your life depends on finding a fast solution, like Rachel James.
Suicide, Lieutenant Forbes. Mr. Carson committed suicide.
No, Mrs. James. He was murdered.
That's impossible.
Why impossible?
Because he was the only one in his room. The windows were locked on the inside, and the door was locked on the inside. If Mr. Carson was murdered, how did the murderer escape?
Frankly, Mrs. James, I don't know.
Well, I do. The answer's obvious. Suicide.
Well, the answer is anything but obvious. Because it was murder.
Our mystery drama, Key to Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
The most important tools you buy...
I might as well come right out and say it. I'm no Sherlock Holmes. Are you? Well, whether you are or not, here's your chance to match wits with Police Lieutenant Michael Forbes. Mike to you. Luckily, you have nothing to lose. Mike had everything to lose. The life of the woman he had come to love. The story begins in a certain old four-story brownstone in a certain large city on a certain cold and wintry day. In the rather stuffy Victorian living room, Rachel James and her closest friend, Minerva Hall, are having a much-needed cup of tea.
Another cup, Rachel? Oh, I guess so, Minerva. Might as well enjoy it while I can still afford it.
Oh, come on now. Things aren't that bad. Just because two of your roomers packed up and left.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Parker's making noises about doing the same thing. I don't know that I want to go on living in a boarding house where there's been a suicide. That's what she told me this morning.
It's always darkest before the dawn, Rachel, and
Minerva, please. This is no time for one of your life can be beautiful proverbs. I'm in a real blockbuster of a bind. You know as well as I do that I've gone through an awful lot since I inherited this rooming house from Aunt Hattie.
I know it hasn't been easy for you.
Easy? Well, with inflation and taxes and mortgage payments and skyrocketing fuel bills and I don't know what all, I've just barely managed to keep my head above water. And now with 2 boarders gone, 3 rooms empty, counting poor Mr. Carson, I don't know how I'll make ends meet. I just don't know.
One thing you can do is stop worrying. We'll get by somehow. If worse comes to worse, you can always sell the place. And I've got my job at Gibbon Real Estate. Don't look at me like that, Rachel. After all, I am your oldest and closest friend.
Oh, my dear Minerva, let's face that. You just get by as it is on what they pay you as a clerk. And there's... Well, I don't like to mention...
I know. My mother. If it weren't for you footing the bills, I'd never be able to keep her in that sanitarium in Cleveland.
Well, that's another problem to worry about. What happens to her if I go broke?
Well, she is really not your responsibility.
No, but she is. She's your mother. I couldn't let anything happen to her any more than I could let anything happen to you. There's somebody at the door.
Maybe someone who wants to rent a room.
Yes.
Miss James?
Yes.
Lieutenant Mike Forbes, homicide.
Lieutenant? Homicide? You mean the police?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, well, won't you come in? It's a terribly cold day, isn't it?
Well, cold, windy. I walked over from the precinct station. It's just a couple of blocks. The wind darn near blew this pipe of mine right out of my mouth.
I see you held on to it.
You object to pipe smoking, Miss James? I mean, if you do...
Oh, no, that's, quite all right. Well, now, Lieutenant, I have one or two rooms I think you might like. There's one on the 4th floor that's very spacious. It overlooks the garden in the back. It's very quiet.
Miss James, I'm not here to rent a room. I'm investigating the death of Harold Carson.
Oh. Will you come into the living room, then? Minerva, this is Lieutenant Forbes of the police. My friend, Miss Minerva Hall.
How do you do?
Undo.
Won't you sit down, Lieutenant?
Oh, thank you.
Well, now, you say you're investigating poor Mr. Carson's suicide?
Yes, ma'am. The fact of the matter is, it wasn't suicide.
Not suicide?
No, ma'am. Harold Carson was murdered.
Murdered? Oh, but that's not possible.
Hmm? Why isn't it?
Well, you know how he was found, don't you? I mean, don't the police make out reports and things?
Oh, I read the dope sheet all right.
Well, then you know he was found on the floor with his head right next to the gas heater and all the jets turned on full.
Yeah, I know, but...
Minerva here and I smelled the gas, and we traced it to Mr. Carson's room, and we called to him. But he didn't answer, and then we tried to open the door. But it was locked on the inside. So Min and I had to break it in. And thank heaven she was here, because I'd never have been able to do it alone.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And there he was, the poor man. He was dead. A suicide.
Ma'am, I hate to disagree with you, but Mr. Carson was murdered. It looked like suicide, yes, but it was meant to look like suicide. But the autopsy report from the medical examiner's office states that the old man was first rendered unconscious by a blow to the head, and that death by asphyxiation, gas, followed.
Someone knocked him out, then turned on the gas?
Yes.
But he couldn't have been murdered. If he was, what happened to the murderer?
What do you mean?
Well, how did he get out of the room? The windows and door were locked on the inside.
No, that couldn't be.
Lieutenant, the key was in the door lock on the inside. This is an old brownstone with old doors, the kind that have those big keys, you know. And there's only one key to each room.
You don't have duplicates?
No, and even if I or someone did have a duplicate, you can't unlock the door from the outside without pushing the other key out of the lock. We'd have found it on the floor, not in the lock.
Mm-hmm. Well, interesting. Very.
Oh, that match. Put it out.
Just relighting.
No, put out the match. I smell gas. Or I think I do. Oh, not again. Not again.
You're right. I smell it now.
It seems to be coming from... Yes, it is. It's from upstairs.
All right, here. I'll go first.
Oh, if it's another...
It isn't. It can't be. Lightning never strikes twice in the same...
Oh, men.
The smell is strong, very strong, here on the 3rd floor. Yeah, coming from this room.
Mrs. Parker!
Open up. Open up in there.
Break it in. Break it in.
Mrs. Parker. Oh, Mrs. Parker.
No. Oh, no.
Open the window.
Let me. Locked from the inside. Door locked on the inside, too. Key in the lock.
Mrs. Parker. Oh, let's get her to the window. Fresh air.
No. Don't bother. He's dead.
But maybe if we can get some air into her lungs.
It won't cure a broken neck.
Broken?
You can see the way it's twisted, Miss Hall. It's broken, all right.
Then she's been murdered, too.
Yes, Miss James. She's been murdered, too.
Hello? Oh, yes. Just a minute. For you, Lieutenant.
Oh, thank you, Miss James. You? Well, I've questioned all but one boarder, Inspector Morris. A guy named Whitman. No. I'll stick here. It's just 5 o'clock, and Miss James says she gets home promptly at 5 every day. Yeah, well, okay. I'll see you in your office. You look pretty beat, Miss James. Why don't you go lie down for a while?
No, it isn't rest I need, Lieutenant. It's just a little peace of mind.
Yeah, guess so. 2 murders in your house in less than 36 hours.
And a wrecked livelihood. 2 more boarders, after you questioned them, told me that they were moving out. And nobody is going to move in. You can be sure of that.
Things kind of rough, huh?
Oh, you don't know the half of it.
Mm-hmm. I haven't seen your husband around. You a widow, maybe?
I'm divorced.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you needn't be. He was a drunk. I put up with that for years. I would have gone on, I guess, except that he started to cheat on me. There was another woman. I never found out who she was, but I...
Oh, I guess this is Whitman, huh?
Yes, it is. Mr. Whitman, will you come in here, please?
If it's the...
He's thrown 2 touchdown passes. The last observation you make, Jack, is the key. He hasn't been sacked. And again, I reiterate...
This is Lieutenant Forbes of Homicide. And according to him, Mr. Carson didn't commit suicide. He was murdered. And then just a couple of hours ago...
let me handle this, Miss James. Sit down, Mr. Whitman. John C. Whitman, right?
Yeah, but what happened a couple of hours ago?
Now I'll ask questions.
Well, you don't understand. I'm a newspaper reporter, Daily Globe. Well, not exactly. I want to be a reporter, and I need a break, you know. I keep looking for a break, and if there's been another suicide here, wait, you said murder.
There's been another death, yes. Miss James has filled me in on you pretty much, so just answer me a couple of questions now.
Sure.
You work at the Daily Globe, 8 to 4:30, right?
That's right, 8-hour day, half hour for lunch.
Yeah. Now, Miss James tells me you always leave promptly at 7:30 in the morning, but today you didn't leave until 1 in the afternoon.
Well, sort of off my feet. I called in sick.
Yeah, on the day Mr. Carson met his death, on that day you called in sick too, didn't you?
Well, yeah. What are you getting at, Lieutenant?
Just routine questions, Mr. Whitman. How well do you know Mrs. Parker?
Mrs. Parker? Did something happen to her? Is that what this is all about?
How well did you know her?
Oh, just to say hello to, that's all.
How well did you know Mr. Carson?
Same. Wish I'd known him better. If I'd known him better, I might have written a story my editor would have printed. But he didn't. Into the scrap basket. Says it wasn't good enough.
Mr. Whitman wrote an account of what happened the other day.
Thank you, Miss James. I assumed as much.
You're welcome, Lieutenant Forbes.
Oh, well, thanks, Mr. Whitman.
Yeah, now, about Mrs. Parker. What happened? I could get my teeth into one good story. A scoop, you know? Listen, the city editor would make me a reporter, maybe. So, Mrs. Parker, what happened?
Mrs. James will tell you, or you can read it in the evening edition.
One suspect, Lieutenant. Is that all?
Yes, Inspector. Whitman. 32 years old. Been in newspaper work since he graduated from journalism school. Dying to be a reporter and hasn't made it all these years. He's hot for a scoop. Well, it struck me he could maybe be making his own scoop.
Well, if he made this one, how come he didn't cash in on it? You checked his city editor. He told you Whitman never said a word about Mrs. Parker's murder.
Yep.
Yeah, well, have a look at this dope sheet.
Harold Carson withdrew his life savings from the bank, $4,300, the day before he was murdered.
Read on, Lieutenant.
Mrs. Parker withdrew her life savings yesterday.
And not $1. That money, cold cash, was found in Carson's room or Parker's. You find out who's clever enough to pull this locked door trick. Who was clever enough to get Carson and Parker to withdraw every cent they had in the world. And you'll have your murderer. In fact, I may have your murderer for you.
I give
Rachel James. Mrs. Rachel James.
No, not her. Listen, Inspector, she's one of the nicest women I've ever met.
She's also a convicted felon, Lieutenant.
What?
Back in '65, she served 6 months for theft. on Lieutenant Mike Forbes' face reveals not only shock, but something else. I don't know what it is myself. Maybe... Well, no. It couldn't be that. He's only known Rachel James a few hours at most. And I've never believed much in love at first sight. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out when I return for Act 2.
You know how...
How does a murderer, or anyone else that comes to that, get out of a room when all exits, windows and doors, have been locked from inside? Impossible? No. After all, whoever murdered old Harold Carson and Mrs. Parker and tried to make their deaths look like suicide must have accomplished what only seems impossible. Up to this point, I've been unable to figure it out, and perhaps you have too. So let's join Lieutenant Mike Forbes in the living room of that old 4-story brownstone as he tries getting to the bottom of things.
Lieutenant, are you accusing me of murdering Mr. Carson and Mrs. Parker?
No, Mrs. James.
Then why did you come here to ask her if she'd ever been convicted of theft?
Now, Miss Hall, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk with Mrs. James alone.
I do mind. Rachel's my friend, my inseparable friend. Whatever you have to say, you can say in front of me.
Do as he says, Min. I'll be all right.
Well, if you need me, I won't be far off.
Miss James, I'm sorry if I'm causing you an embarrassment, but 2 murders have been committed in this house, and I've got to get at the truth of things.
I'm ruined, Lieutenant.
That bad?
It couldn't be worse. I'm afraid I'm going to have to sell, whether I want to or not.
Well, at least you get a good price. Land values in this area are high. Gone up, too, since they built that office complex and shopping mall over on 8th. Yeah, but, look, I've got to ask you these questions, Miss James, and it'll be in your best interest to answer them. Now then, you did serve a 6-month sentence for theft, didn't you?
Yes. And I suppose that, makes me a murder suspect right there.
Oh, no. I just have to check out everybody's all. Now, about that theft. Were you guilty?
No.
Was Miss Hall?
No. But it could have looked as if she was. And... Oh. You know. You've known all along.
Well, like I said, I've been checking.
Well, if you knew, why'd you bother to ask?
See how you'd react. You reacted fine.
Well, thank you.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. Getting back to the theft, your friend Miss Hall, well, her boss had given her $900 in cash to put in the bank. Is that right? Well, never mind. I know it's right. You came to the office to go to lunch with her and waited for her at her desk while she was in the ladies' room. When she came back, she opened her desk drawer to get the envelope with the money in it, and it was gone. Now, you just told me you weren't guilty. Is that so? Why'd you plead guilty? Well, why?
To protect me, Lieutenant. Yes, I've been listening outside the door just in case you got too rough with Rachel.
Oh, Min.
You might as well know, Lieutenant. You probably know anyway. I stole that money.
Min!
No, it's got to come out now. My mother came down ill, very ill, and I needed money. When my boss gave me that $900, well, the temptation was too big for me. It was a stupid thing to do, especially since I was sure to be suspected, as I was. But that's when this wonderful woman here stepped forward and said that she'd done it.
When you had to be with your mother, she needed you. And I was divorced and living alone. Oh, you sacrificed yourself for me, Rachel. And I'll never forget it. Someday I'll get the chance to repay you.
Yeah, well, I'll move along now. And thank you for being so frank and open with me about the theft of that money.
You knew anyway.
No, Miss Hall. I didn't know.
Then, as I see it, Lieutenant, you've got 3 suspects now.
3, Inspector?
Jack Whitman, Minerva Hall, Rachel James.
Rachel, Miss James, you can eliminate her. She didn't do it.
Well, you seem awfully sure of that. What makes you so sure?
Well, I just can't imagine her killing anyone. No, she's a very decent sort. Generous, sympathetic. Well, anyhow, that's the picture I get from the boarders I talk to and my own observation.
Attractive to whom?
Meaning what, Inspector?
Well, don't let any interest you may be developing in Rachel James put blinders on you. Now, about this Miss Hall, this close friend of Mrs. James, you say she admitted stealing that $900 and letting Mrs. James take the rap for her?
Yeah, but she's no common thief, Inspector. No, it's the Whitman guy who interests me. I talked to his editor at the Daily Globe. Seems Whitman has been knocking himself out to get to be a reporter for years, but just hasn't got what it takes. He fools himself into thinking all he needs is a break.
And you figure maybe he's making his own breaks with these murders.
That could be.
The more I think about it, Lieutenant, the more it seems to me cracking this case depends on finding the answer to those locked rooms.
I couldn't agree more. Check the doors and the windows. They're solid. No gimmicks. You'll laugh, but I even checked for secret panels. Well, it's an old brownstone, you know. You never know what you might find, but no dice.
Well, keep after it. There's an answer. Find it.
Yeah. I got a feeling I better find it fast.
Why?
I don't know. Just one of those feelings you get. Feeling that tells me there could be another murder.
Rachel, this is Mr. Gibbon. Arthur Gibbon, my boss. Mr. Gibbon, Rachel James.
It's a pleasure, Miss James.
Oh, won't you sit down, Mr. Gibbon?
Thank you. Well, Miss Hall has told me of your situation here. Says that you talked to her about selling your house, and as I understand it, 2 murders have been committed in this house. Most of your boarders have moved out because of them, and, well, the house has gotten itself a bad name. That's unfortunate. It's most unfortunate. Brings its value down, you know.
Yes, I guess so.
Tell me, Miss James, any idea what your house is worth?
Well, no, not really. I was thinking you might make me an offer.
Well, yes, I could. Under the circumstances, the best I can do, the very best, would be $50,000.
Oh, you're not serious, Mr. Gibbon.
I'm afraid I am.
But the land alone is worth more than that. Much more.
Yes, but the bad name...
Mr. Gibbon, the house has a bad name so far as renting rooms to boarders is concerned. But if you are the businessman Minerva's always told me you are, you wouldn't be buying the house. You'd be buying the land to tear the house down and put up an office building or something.
Well, yes, that's true enough. But, the land isn't as valuable as I gather you think it is. And as I understand it, you have no option but to sell.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Gibbon, but your offer is much too low. I guess the thing for me to do is to get bids or whatever they're called on the property and take the highest.
It's your house, your land, you can do as you wish. But I ought to tell you, you're making a mistake. As I said, land values are down. But if you change your mind, Mrs. James, you let me know, huh? My offer will still stand. No. That's all right, Minerva. I'll see myself out. Oh, you won't forget about the deeds.
What deeds?
Yeah, the ones I want to work on tonight.
Yes.
I'll see you in the office then at 7.
At 7. I'll be there.
Goodbye, Mrs. James.
I could be wrong, Rachel, but I don't know. $50,000 seems like a good offer to me.
No, you could be right.
But I'll shop around. No.
There's no other way, man.
Then there's no other way, Art, and the hell with it.
Well, now you listen to me, baby.
Oh, no, Art, no. I've gone as far as I'm going to go.
This is no time to chicken out.
I never bargained for killing Rachel.
I didn't either. But how was I to know she isn't the naive pushover you told me she was?
Oh, it's that police lieutenant Forbes.
What do you mean?
Well, there's a change in Rachel. A subtle change. I noticed it right after she met Forbes.
Well, I still don't get what you...
Neither do I. All I know is there's a man in her life again. For the first time in years.
Well, all right, so there's a change in her. There's $1 million
No, I
on
cannot kill Rachel. Carson and Parker, yes, they meant nothing to me, nothing. I even conned them into taking their life savings out of the bank, suckers. But to kill Rachel... No, Art, no, I can't do it.
You'll do it. You've got to.
I won't.
You were willing enough to wreck her boarding house business. Willing enough so I could move in, grab that property for 10 cents on the dollar.
Taking her money is one thing. Taking her life... No, Art, no. I guess there's some little spark of decency left in me.
Decency? You can talk about decency? Conning her all these years, sucking her dry like those monthly handouts to keep your dear mama in the sanitarium. Your dear mama who died years ago.
Well, money's one thing.
Money's everything. Without it, you might just as well be dead. Now, you listen. I didn't set this whole thing up. I didn't explain the locked door trick and everything.
A locked door trick that didn't work. The cops found out it was murder, not suicide.
Thanks to you, not me. If you'd suffocated Carson and Parker like I told you...
I couldn't do it. It was too horrible that way.
Okay. So you bashed one on the skull and broke the neck of the other? Accidentally. Deliberately. You did it. And now you do it to Rachel James. I don't care either. Do it.
No. What are you doing?
Calling the police.
What for?
Just tip them off on how Carson was murdered. And Parker.
No. You're as guilty as I am.
But not as involved. In fact, I'm not involved at all, man. I've seen to that.
Filthy swine.
Tonight, men. Killer. Tonight.
Well, a spark of decency may still flicker in Minerva Hall's soul, but clearly it's been thoroughly quenched by Mr. Arthur Gibbons. Or has it? We'll see. We'll also see how someone can walk out of a room locked on the inside when I return for Act 3.
This is WVBM Chicago.
A strange and baffling thing, human emotion. Even the most skilled psychiatrists, I'm told, have trouble unraveling the tangled skeins of motivation which drive us to do one thing or another. I'm thinking of Minerva Hall,
who, though she murdered Mr. Carson and Mrs. Parker, is repelled by the prospect of murdering Rachel James. Makes sense, I guess. After all, they've had a close relationship for years. And as for Rachel, sensing that Mike Forbes is something to lean on, somebody who can give her some protection, perhaps even shield her against a world she's finding it more and more difficult to cope with, well, let's see.
Sit down, Lieutenant. Cup of tea?
No, thanks, Miss James.
It's a cold day. Bitter cold. I thought you might like something to warm you up.
Well, I could use something.
You mean something stronger than tea? But you're on duty.
Well, not officially. Not officially, I'm not.
Well, Scotch?
Yeah.
Bourbon, then.
Rye, actually.
Oh, dear, I don't think I... Well, I might. Look. Lieutenant, if you're not on duty officially, why are you here?
Oh, that, two reasons. One is your friend's mother.
Minerva, her mother?
Yeah. Is it a fact you've been helping to support Miss Hall's mother in a sanitarium in Cleveland?
Oh, yes. But how did you know?
Oh, there's lots of ways. Funny thing about police work. You start digging into one thing and you come up with 10 other things.
Oh, here you are.
Oh, thank you.
And, if you'd like to smoke your pipe.
Oh, well, thanks. To tell you the truth, I bought a new one.
A new pipe?
Well, the old one, I guess it was getting kind of rank. Try a new kind of tobacco, too. So if you really don't mind...
No. Well, you go right ahead. Oh, about Min's mother. Money has always been tight with Min, and I've just helped out where I could, that's all.
I see. What is it you like about Miss Hall so much? What makes her such a good friend?
Well, that's a funny question, Lieutenant. I'd do anything for Min, and she'd do anything for me. It's as simple as that. You said you had another reason for coming to see me.
Yes.
What is it? Well?
You. Now, there. Wait a minute. Don't get me wrong, Miss James. Rachel. I don't know how to put this exactly, but, well, it's like this. Oh, hang it all, Rachel. I like you.
Well, I like you too, Lieutenant.
You do? Well, women, they scare me. Always have. But not you, though. You, well, you're... You know what I mean?
I think I do, yes. Come in. Oh, Minerva.
Feeling better?
Oh, sure. I just thought I'd lie down for a while.
Brought you a cup of broth. Good and hot.
Oh, thank you. That's very thoughtful of you. This bedroom of mine always has been chilly, even with the gas heater going.
Yeah, so here. This will warm you up. So you did the town with Lieutenant Forbes last night, did you?
It was a marvelous time. Just to be taken out again would have been fun, but Mike, he's a wonderful man.
You better be careful. You know what they say. Marry in haste, repent and leave.
Oh, Min, who said anything about marriage?
Your eyes and that look on your face. That's what says...
Oh, nonsense. There's no thought of marriage at all. We hardly know each other. Oh, I sleep here than I thought. I better start waking up. I have an appointment at Metropolitan Realty at 11 this morning.
About the house and land? Oh, drink that broth while it's hot.
Yeah. And I've got appointments at a couple of other real estate firms this afternoon, too. It's going to be able to get those bids I mentioned, baby.
You won't improve on the offer Mr. Gibbons made, Rachel.
Well, maybe not. Oh, good heavens. I can't be this sleepy.
Yes. Yes, Rachel, you can.
Oh, nonsense. I didn't get much sleep, that's for sure, but... Oh, what in the world?
Well, you dropped your cup and saucer.
Well, I don't understand. How could I...
You're drugged, Rachel.
Huh?
Sleeping pills in your broth. Enough to knock you out fast.
Sleeping pills? What is this?
I don't want to do this, Rachel, but I got no choice.
No choice?
It's your neck or mine. It was Art's idea. Art given me. We're lovers, Rachel. Well, we were.
Oh,
and
how could you do this? How could...
Rachel. Rachel. Goodbye, Rachel. Coming. Oh, Lieutenant Forbes.
Miss Hall? Miss James in?
Oh, yes, but she's lying down. I hear you two painted the town together last night, huh?
Oh, I wouldn't say painted it exactly. Enjoyed ourselves. Oh, Mr. Whitman, isn't it?
Yeah, how are you, Lieutenant?
Okay. Yeah, quite a bundle of laundry you got there.
Yeah, always go out and pick it up Saturday morning. My day off. Well, see ya.
I'll tell Mrs. James you dropped by, Lieutenant.
Oh, well, maybe she'll be up before I go. I really dropped by to see you, Miss Hall.
Me? About what?
Oh, one or two things. Your mother, for one.
My mother?
Yes. According to my information, Rachel's been supporting her in that Cleveland sanitarium for years, giving you a monthly check for just that purpose.
Oh, what of it?
I checked with the sanitarium. They told me your mother died 4 years ago.
Yeah!
What?
I smell gas up here. Lieutenant, Miss Hall.
Hey, let's get up there.
It's coming from Mrs. James' room. Mrs. James' room right there.
Oh, no. It's locked. Rachel? Rachel!
Get out of the way.
Rachel!
Rachel! Whitman, get that window open.
Yeah, okay.
Rachel!
Window shut.
Yeah, break it, fast.
Lieutenant...
No. Thank God, no. We got here in time. Get into the window. Now breathe, Rachel. And you, Miss Hall. Minerva, stay right where you are.
Oh, I'm just going down.
Stay where you are. You're under arrest for murder.
Murder? Rick, what are you talking about?
You know damn well what I'm talking about.
Well, you're out of your mind. You're not making any sense. We find Rachel on the floor by the gas heater, the door locked on the inside.
Yeah, Lieutenant, the key is in the lock.
And you accuse me of murder?
Murder one. And I'll make it stick, Miss Hall. Oh, I take my hat off to you, Rachel. You sure know how to broil a steak.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Mike. I will never understand how Min could have done to me what she did.
Well, it's easy enough to understand. For a cop it is, anyhow. I meet all kinds. Generous, greedy, those you can trust, those you can't. What makes some one way and some another, well, that I will never understand. People, you can't figure them out.
You figured out the mystery of the locked rooms fast enough.
Oh, that didn't take much. If Minerva had been smart, she'd have gotten away with it. I mean, if she'd used sleeping pills on Carson and Mrs. Parker the way she did on you, then maybe I'd have bought the suicide bit. But Carson and Mrs. Parker were obviously murdered. So the murderer couldn't have gotten out of their rooms, leaving them locked on the inside.
It's impossible, of course.
So I had to keep looking for the possible. In other words, how did the murderer make it look as if each door had been locked on the inside, when actually the murderer had left the room and locked the door from the outside?
And the answer, when you found it, was so simple.
Yep.
And once you found it, you knew that the murderer had to be Minerva.
Had to be. The murderer had to be present when those doors were broken in. You and she broke into Carson's room. And she was there when the three of us, her, you, me, broke into Mrs. Parker's.
And all men did was to take advantage of the confusion.
And slip the key, which, of course, she kept with her, into the lock on the inside. As simple as that.
Well, you may call it simple. But I think it was a marvelous piece of deduction, for which you deserve more steak and potatoes.
Oh, no, I couldn't. I'm full up. I would like to smoke my pipe, though. That's okay with you?
You better know that it is. And it always will be. Mike?
As simple as that. The murderer locked the door on the outside, and then, breaking in later, simply slipped the key into the lock on the inside. Simple? I think it's ingenious. I would never have thought of it. Would you? I'll be back shortly.
Hi, I'm Susan Anton. Fitness that feels good by day needs firmness that feels good by night. That's why you'll love the Certa-Perfect Sleeper. Luxurious top comfort plus deep inner support. You get both with every perfect sleeper. So remember, be a perfect sleeper. Buy a perfect sleeper, perfect sleeper. Buy Certa. It's a healthy investment in yourself.
The boy next door's a doctor and he's single. My daughter, what a girl. She's single, too. I'll invite him for some donuts and my coffee. Maxwell House, I'm leaving it up to you. Maxwell House. Good moment. Maxwell House. Good coffee. Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Get together with the great taste of Maxwell House coffee. Coffee you can count on.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
You'll be glad to know that Mike and Rachel are married now, with two nice kids. And they live in Rachel's brownstone house. Sentimental attachment, I guess. Mike's made captain. And, oh yes, he's got a collection of pipes now. 8 beauties. Each bought on the anniversary of the day he saved Rachel's life. Bought by Rachel. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Mary Jane Higby, Robert Dryden, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I know you saw at me.
What kind of a chump do you take me for?
Oh, look, I'm sorry about the accident, but you know I didn't mean it. And besides, you and me, well, we used to like each other.
What are you talking about?
Look, I was the best safe cracker in the city, and you was the smartest detective on the force. You was out to get me, and I was out to beat you. But there was nothing personal in it, huh? Each one of us was only doing his thing. Hey, man, that's why you gotta get me out of this.
Why should I?
Because you know I didn't kill him.
I don't know anything of the kind.
Oh, look me in... I was gonna say look me in the eye and say that, but I can't because you can't. You know I'm not a killer. And you know that I didn't kill him.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant
dream.
The storm. It's so dark you can't see. Dr. Rudd. There, at the bottom of the terrace.
Professor Laborde! Laborde, why Oh, good Lord.
What is it?
He must have fallen down the steps, broken his neck. He's dead.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Kabbalah. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Robert Newman is The Kabbalah. A rambling house on the outskirts of a small university town. And in the house, a room that seems more like the cell of a medieval alchemist than the study of a college professor. Its walls lined with ancient volumes and astrolabes and other curious instruments. Bent over his desk, Dr. Rudd does not hear the knock on the door at first. But when it's repeated, he says,
"Come in."
Alan's going, Father. He wanted to say goodnight to you.
Oh, yes, Alan. Good night.
I was terribly sorry to hear about the decision of the Board of Trustees, sir. I mean, they're refusing to give you a grant to go on with your research.
Oh, that. Well, it doesn't matter. I've about decided to give up the whole project anyway.
Your book?
Yes.
Father, you're not serious. I thought you were almost finished with it.
I am. All but the last chapter. I just can't seem to write that without additional research. And without the last chapter, why, the rest of the book is meaningless.
Well, isn't there anyone you could talk to about it, sir? Anyone who could help you?
I doubt it, Alan. I think I know as much about the occult as anyone in the world. Except perhaps one man.
Who's that, Father?
The man I studied under at the University of Paris. And I haven't heard from him in over 10 years. I'm not even sure that he's still alive. Too bad this is the 20th century, not the 12th.
How so, Dr. Rudd?
Oh, it would have been very simple then. A pentacle, a pair of corpse candles, and I could summon up someone who would make things very easy for me. Yes, right now I really believe I would sell my soul for the help I need.
Father, you mustn't say things like that, even as a joke.
Well, you're right, Pablo. And no one knows it better than I. Well, good night, Alan. See you in the morning.
Right, Dr. Rudd. Good night.
I'll walk you down to the road, Alan.
Oh, fine, dear. Pretty depressed, isn't he?
Father? Yes. Not that I blame him. 4 years' work. The definitive book on occultism, the supernatural. Alan!
Yes, I see it, too. Someone or something lying in the road. Come on.
An old man, And he's dressed so strangely.
He looks like an Arab. Wonder what he's doing around here. Anyway, he seems in a bad way. Here, I'll carry him into the house. You run ahead and tell your father.
All right.
In here, Alan, in my study.
All right.
They put him on the couch. What's wrong with him?
Well, it's hard to say, but I think it's just exhaustion.
Oh, his pulse is very weak. Barbara, call Dr. Stevens.
Of course, Father. He's opening his eyes.
Where? What is this place?
Now, it's all right. You're among friends. We're sending for a doctor.
A doctor? You're kind, but it's too late. Allah stretches his hand out for me.
Nonsense. All you need is some food, rest.
No, I'm dying. But if you are indeed friends, one last request. Will you grant it?
If we possibly can.
I am a Hajj, a Sufi. I come of a long, ancient line. Will you see that I get proper burial?
Oh, yes, of course.
I have no gold, money, but...
He's fainting. Loosen this robe, Alan.
Right. Say, he's got something hidden here. A parchment scroll.
The Kabbalah. You've taken the Kabbalah.
It's all right.
No, you must not. It's accursed. Into the fire. Destroy it. If you use it...
Father.
Yes. Yes, he's dead. May his soul rest in peace.
Tonight, Dr. Rudd? Thinking about the funeral?
Huh?
Our Arab friend?
Yes, Alan. Partly. And partly about this parchment he had hidden in his room. It seems to be a form of the Kabbalah.
That's right. That's what he called it when he got so excited. Wanted you to destroy it. But the Kabbalah is just the science of letters and numbers, isn't it?
It's much more than that, Barbara. It's the science of the mystical attributes of letters and numbers, the basis for almost all occultism. But this system is different from any I ever saw before.
Different? How?
Well, this particular system tells how a question can be written out, the letters changed into numbers and manipulated. And when the numbers are changed back into letters, they will answer the question.
Listen, Professor, what do you say we try it?
Try it?
Sure. Of course, it's a lot of nonsense, but... well, why not?
Oh, well, all right. There's paper and pencils on my desk.
What are you going to ask, Father?
Oh, something simple, something we can check.
Me, I'm going to ask something really practical. Okay, Professor, let's go.
How are you coming, Father?
Almost finished. Now, let's see. Zadek, Mem, Vav. Great Scott.
What is it?
Look at this. Here's my question. Will we have any visitors today?
Mm-hmm.
And here's the answer. 2 visitors. Professor Laborde and someone else.
Professor Laborde?
Do you remember my telling you yesterday that there was one person in the world who could give me the help I needed to finish my book?
Yes.
That man was Professor Laborde.
Father, you don't really believe it, do you?
I don't know. Told you I haven't seen or heard from him in 10 years. But just the same...
Dr. Rudd, look. Look here, I got something, too.
What is it, Alan?
Well, here's my question. How can the professor get the money to continue with his research?
Yes.
Here's the answer. Call Mark Endicott.
What?
Of course. Why don't you, Father? He's always been interested in you and your work.
Well, I just never thought of it. I'll go in and call him right away.
Well, Father, did you get him?
Yes. Yes, it's very strange.
In what way?
He said that he'd been thinking about me a good deal lately, and he's driving out here this evening to see me.
There. That's the answer to your question. 2 visitors. Professor Laborde and someone else. Well, he must be the someone else.
You think so?
Oh, of course.
Somehow I don't.
Well, what do you mean, sir?
I don't know. Except that I don't like it.
It's beginning to look as if our Kabbalah's a washout after all.
What makes you say that?
Well, 11 o'clock and no sign of either Laborde or Endicott.
I can't understand it. Endicott definitely said that he was driving out here and that he was leaving immediately.
He probably changed his mind because of the storm. Well, it's still pretty bad out, isn't it?
Yes, but it's not like him. You'd think he'd phone us and let us know. Oh, perhaps that's he now. Hello? Yes? This is Professor Rudd speaking. Who? Oh, yes. What? But that's impossible. I spoke to him only a few hours ago, and... Why, I can't believe it. You're sure? Oh, I see. But thank you. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Who was it, Father?
That was Mark Endicott's attorney.
His attorney? What did he want?
Mark Endicott was killed at about 6 o'clock this afternoon.
Killed?
On his way here, an auto accident. His attorney called to tell me Endicott had left me a $5,000 bequest for research.
What?
Father, the Kabbalah. It said you were to call him for the money to continue your work. It didn't actually say he was coming out here.
No.
Wait a minute. You mean you really think that...
I don't know, Alan. But I do know that if I hadn't called him, he wouldn't have started driving here in the storm. He wouldn't have had the accident and been killed. And I probably wouldn't have gotten the money.
But, Father, if it's true, if it has some sort of supernatural power, what about Professor Laborde? It did say he was coming.
Oh, please, Barbara, I told you I don't know. Endicott was my friend. Now he's dead. And somehow I feel as if
Father, the door.
Yes. Yes, let's see who it is.
Great Scott, Professor. If it is Laborde, do you realize what this means?
Yes, Alan.
If it is, why, the thing's priceless. Absolutely priceless. Why, I don't...
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry to trouble you,
but... Come in, Professor Laborde. Come in. We've been expecting you for some time now.
An ancient manuscript which can foretell the future. A dead man and a visitor from the dead. As the clock strikes 12 for murder at midnight.
And now, back to Murder at Midnight and the Kabbalah.
It's just a moment or two later, and Professor Laborde is being shown into Dr. Rudd's study.
In here, Professor Laborde. Barbara, will you take the professor's things?
Of course, Father.
Thank you, my dear. You're very kind. But there's something I do not understand, Dr. Rudd. When you opened the door, you said you had been expecting me.
Since early this afternoon.
But that is impossible. Completely impossible. I'm here entirely by accident. I had no idea you lived here or anywhere near here. I lost my way in the storm, knocked at your particular door by chance to ask for directions.
Nevertheless, we've been expecting you.
But excuse me, how could you have been?
Alan.
Yes, sir?
Show Professor Laborde the Kabbalah, will you, please?
Right, Professor. Here you are, sir.
Kabbalah?
Look at it, Professor. Tell me what you think of it.
Interesting. Very interesting. Of course, I cannot be sure without examining it thoroughly. But it appears to be even older than the Black Grimoire. And its form resembles that of the Key of Solomon.
Professor Laborde, it's my belief that it is the Key of Solomon.
What? But it can't be. It's been written about for centuries, of course, mentioned in hundreds of works, from Trismegistus down. But there's never been any proof that it ever actually existed. And still, where did you get it?
From an old Arab who came here last night and died here.
The main thing is we tested it.
Tested it?
Yes, we asked 2 questions. The answer to one of them prophesied your coming here, and the other, well, that came true, too.
But this is beyond words. If it's true, then it's the most priceless discovery that has ever... Professor Rudd, may I try it? Use it to ask a question to?
Well, I don't know, Professor Laborde.
Please. For years now, ever since I began studying the supernatural, there's been something, one thing I've always said I'd give my very life to know. If it can tell me that, you must let me, Rudd. And you must let me do it while I'm alone.
Well, all right.
Good.
Come on, Alan, Barbara. We'll wait outside.
What time is it now, Professor?
It's 20 hours.
He's been at it for quite a while.
Yes. If he doesn't call us in another minute or 2, we'll go in.
I'm probably being very silly, but I don't like this, any of it.
Why not, Barbara?
I don't know, but... What's that?
That's Professor Laborde. Come on. Professor Laborde, what is it? What's happened? What are you doing?
He's burning something in the fire.
Father, it's his hands. He's holding them in the fire, burning.
Great Scott, Professor Laborde, stop. Stop. Have you gone mad?
Fire! Only fire can burn my hands clean again. I asked. Now I must pay.
Laborde.
Let me go. Let go. I am coming. I'll pay.
Professor Laborde, come back. Quick, Alan.
Okay. Which way did he go?
That way. Down through the garden.
This stone. It's so dark you can't see. Dr. Rudd. There, at the bottom of the terrace.
Professor Laborde. Laborde, why... Oh, good Lord.
What is it?
He must have fallen down the steps, broken his neck. He's dead. All right now, Alan. Put him down. Now, gently.
Yes, sir.
Father, are you sure that...
Yes, Barbara, I'm sure. He's dead.
But what made him do it? Go running out there that way?
It must have been something to do with the Kabbalah. He was going to ask it a question.
Yes, Alan, it has something to do with the Kabbalah.
And standing there with his hands in the fire, as if he were trying to burn them clean. Father, what was the question he asked? What answer did he get?
I think perhaps I can guess.
The old Arab, he warned us, remember? He said it was accursed, evil, that if we used it... Wait a minute, Dr. Rudd. Laborde said he'd give his life to know the answer to that question, and now he's dead.
Yes, Alan, that's what was in my mind, too. That and one more thing. Do you remember what I said just before you found the old Arab in the garden? That I'd make a pact with the devil, sell my very soul for the help I needed to finish my book?
No, Father, you're not serious. You don't mean you really believe
I've lived too long, my dear, seen too many strange things to disbelieve anything. If the Kabbalah is everything we think it is, if it is the key to the future, to all knowledge, if it can answer any question we put to it, then there are only 2 sources from which it can draw its power. One good and one evil.
And you think...
If God had wished us to be able to foresee the future, we should be able to foresee it. On the other hand, if it's evil, well, there's usually a penalty involved.
Laborde. He said something about paying, too. Who must be paid, and how?
There's only one way to find out, through the Kabbalah itself. Give it to me, Alan.
No, please, no.
I'm sorry, Barbara, I must. There's no need for you to stay here, or Alan.
No, Father. We'll stay, both of us.
Very well. Then, here goes.
You're shivering, darling. Are you cold? Shall I build up the fire?
No, Elmer. I'm not cold. What was that?
It sounded like the outside door opening. Maybe
Father, what is it? Are you finished?
Yes. Yes, I'm finished.
And what?
Look. Here's the question.
Who must be paid, and how?
And here's the answer.
Turn around, and you will see.
Father, the door behind us, it just opened.
Yes.
I don't dare turn around.
You needn't. Right in front of you, there on the wall. Look.
Something black, like a stain, a blot. But it's spreading, moving.
Like an octopus, or like...
It's shadow. It's coming toward us.
What in heaven's name is it?
Whatever it is, whatever happens to us, no one shall ever again be cursed as we've been cursed. The Kabbalah, give it to me.
Father, what are you doing?
What I should have done when I first saw it. Destroy it. Throw it into the fire.
It's coming closer. Closer. Professor, isn't there anything we can do? Anything that...
Father, look. The parchment burning. There on the wall.
The shadow of the andirons. In the shape of the crux ansata. The first cross.
Good Lord. The shadow, it's wavering. Drawing back, retreating. I'm going to turn around, see what...
No, wait. Wait until... All right. Now.
There's nothing there.
Laborde? Laborde? Dr. Laborde?
Someone just came in. Who's there? Who is that?
Oh, excuse me. I'm terribly sorry. I'm looking for someone. An old man with white hair and white beard. His name's... Holy smoke, there he is, Dr. Laborde. Dr. Laborde.
I can't answer you. He's dead.
Dead?
Who are you, anyway?
Well, an attendant at a private hospital in town. We've been taking care of him ever since he got to this country. Nervous breakdown. He disappeared this afternoon, and he'd been talking about you so much lately that I had a hunch he might have come out here.
Talking about me? But he said he had no idea I lived here.
Of course he knew. I told you he wasn't right in the head. That was one of the signs.
Father, if it's true, if his mind was going, that would explain what he did. Burning his hands, running away like that.
You mean the Kabbalah didn't have any occult power? What about the money from Endicott?
Oh, just a coincidence.
And what just happened? That shadow we saw on the wall?
Well, it was only a shadow. It could have been just our imagination.
Yes, Barbara, it could have been. But somehow, I don't think it was.
An old professor stands next to the body of his friend, staring at the fireplace where the secret of the ages has gone up in smoke as the clock strikes 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
with us again when death whispers from the darkness in an unknown tongue, and the clocks strike 12 for Murder at Midnight. The part of Dr. Rudd was played by James Van Dyke. With music by Bert Berman, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
John was here in this room. I saw him and talked to him. He had a message for me. And while he was here, the room was filled with the odor of musty roses.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of apparition. In the midst of a circle of tall, moaning pines spreads an old mansion. On the second floor, a low light burns in a large bedroom, the bedroom of Elizabeth Kemper, the elderly mistress of the mansion. Mrs. Kemper's husband, John, died suddenly a year ago and left his entire estate to his wife, Elizabeth. Shortly after John's death, Elizabeth brought her husband's sister, Bertha, and Bertha's daughter, Celia, to live with her. Since John's death, Elizabeth's health has gradually failed and she has taken to her bed. In the meantime, Elizabeth's only sister, Mary, has come to live in the great house, and Mary's son, Herbert. Now, long past midnight, Elizabeth tosses in her bed and mumbles.
John. What is it? What do you want? Why don't you say it?
Suddenly, Elizabeth's door bursts open, and Bertha moves into the room and stands beside the bed.
Elizabeth?
Huh?
Elizabeth. It's Bertha.
Oh, Bertha. Oh, yes, Bertha.
Why did you scream?
Scream? Did I scream?
Yes. Just as I came in the room.
You must have frightened me.
Were you dreaming?
No, I don't think so. But I don't know. I thought John was here.
John? You thought John was here?
Yes. Standing there beside the bed.
Elizabeth, I saw him, too. Just a moment ago.
What?
In my room.
Oh, but that's nonsense. Why should he always appear to you?
I'm his sister.
Yes. Yes, of course.
John was trying to tell me something. Something about you.
What?
He was trying to tell me that you should listen to him.
Listen to him?
Something about the property.
What about the property?
He says he made a mistake.
Mistake?
He says he wasn't killed accidentally. He did it deliberately. He committed suicide.
Suicide? Why should he have done that?
He hasn't explained that. But he says now he knows the truth about everything. He knows that his reason for hating me and cutting me off in his will was unfounded, and he's sorry. He's been trying to reach you, but you aren't receptive.
You claim you've seen John every night since the day he died.
I have, Elizabeth. I swear I have.
I've seen him many times in my dreams. But why doesn't he tell me what he wants?
Some night, Elizabeth, John will reach you in your waking moments. Then you'll believe me.
I can't understand it. He didn't like you and he told me so. Why should he change now?
Perhaps it would be best if Celia and I left you.
Why should you want to leave all of a sudden?
You have your own sister and her son Herbert. You won't be alone.
If I only knew what John was trying to say to me.
I've told you what he's been saying to me.
Mother, is anything wrong?
We heard someone scream. At least I thought I did.
No, nothing's wrong. Go back to bed.
Elizabeth, what is it?
What's what, Mary?
Oh, dear me, I heard someone scream. What was it? Oh, you're all right, Elizabeth.
Yes, Mary, I had a nightmare, that's all.
Oh, well, I was worried.
Better go back to bed, all of you. I'll be all right.
Yes, come along, everybody.
I'll see you in the morning.
Good night.
But, Mother, why do you keep frightening Aunt Elizabeth by telling her about Uncle John?
I'm not frightening her. She should know the truth.
But she is frightened. Why, she's getting worse and worse. Are you sure you have seen Uncle, really?
Do you dare suggest that I'm lying? Is that what you mean, Celia?
No, Mother. I didn't mean that honest.
It's better. And don't you ever say such a thing again.
But why doesn't he appear to Aunt Elizabeth? She only dreams about him.
That's something that can't be answered. There are those who are gifted with the powers to see those who have departed. See them and talk with them. I'm one of those so gifted. Do you understand?
Yes, Mother.
John is trying to get a message to Elizabeth about me. And because he finds it difficult to reach her, he's chosen me as the medium.
What is the message?
He left me nothing in his will because he hated me and thought I hated him.
But you did.
I did not. It was his imagination. But now he's learned the truth. Now he knows I had nothing but his best interests at heart. He's trying to tell Elizabeth to leave all the estate to me. And he will continue to return to this house until his mission is accomplished. Then his soul can rest in peace.
I'm frightened, Mother. I don't want to stay here another day. I can't stand it here.
You stay here until I'm ready to leave. Do you hear me?
Yes, Mother. I hear.
Now stop this nonsense and go to bed.
Yes, Mother. I'm sorry.
You'd better be.
In another part of the great house, Herbert is talking with his mother, Mary, Elizabeth's own sister.
Now, Mother, get hold of yourself.
Oh, I'm terribly frightened, Herbert.
Why should you be frightened? Nothing can harm you. What have you to be afraid of?
Oh, there's something awful in this house. I can feel it. I don't want to stay here any longer. We must leave before it's too late.
I'll admit that strange things are going on, but I'm not ready to leave here. Not just yet.
We don't belong here, Herbert.
Elizabeth is your own sister.
I don't think John wants us
Do you
here.
really believe that John's spirit is walking around this place every night?
Well, what else?
Then why doesn't he say what he's trying to say and get it over
Well,
with?
I can't stay here much longer. I'll lose my mind.
I can imagine John's not wanting Bertha here, since he stipulated in his will that Aunt Elizabeth must never give Bertha $1 of the estate. But what's he got against you? Nothing.
Oh.
He didn't say that Elizabeth couldn't leave you a part of it.
Well, all I want to do is to get out of this house.
Well, I don't feel that way about it. Why should you walk out and leave everything to Bertha?
Well, that's why John's staying around here. He doesn't want anyone here.
Well, ghost or no ghost, I'm not walking out at a time like this.
Then I will. I'm leaving here tomorrow.
Oh, no. No, you're not leaving. We're both staying until Aunt Elizabeth makes her will. You're staying here whether you like it or not. You hear?
Yes, Herbert. But nothing good will come of it. I'm convinced of that.
No? Well, we'll see about that. Good night, Mother.
An hour later, Mary has finally dropped off to sleep. Then, as the clock strikes 3, a figure in white slips into Mary's room and stands beside the bed. Slowly, Mary opens her eyes and stifles a scream.
Who is it? What do you want?
I want to talk to you, Mary.
Who's that?
I have a message for you.
A message?
Yes. John is here, standing beside me.
I don't see anyone.
He is here.
What is the message?
John says that Elizabeth is planning to leave the estate to you. But he's learned the truth. He knows that his dislike for me was unfounded. He wants the estate left to me because it's rightfully mine. And he'll never be able to rest in peace until that is accomplished.
Oh, I don't want it. I don't want any part of the
Then
estate.
if you want to escape this torment, you must convince your sister that John made a mistake. If you accept any part of it, John will never let you rest. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Very well, we'll leave you now. Good night.
Elizabeth, wake up.
Oh, what?
Wake up.
Oh, Mary, what's wrong? You're shaking like a leaf.
He was in my room.
Who?
John, he was in my room.
Mary, what are you saying?
He had a message. He said you were planning to leave the estate to me, according to his will. But he made a mistake about Bertha. He wants you to leave it to her, so he can rest in peace.
Mary, are you out of your mind?
No, you must believe me. I don't want any part of the estate. Oh, please promise me. Leave it to Bertha and have done with it. I refuse to accept it.
Get control of yourself, Mary.
I'm leaving here in the morning. I'm frightened. And if you had any sense, you'd leave too. If you stay here, you'll go mad.
Very well, Mary. If that's what you call gratitude, you can go.
Oh, I'm sorry, Elizabeth, but I won't remain another night.
Are you sure you saw John?
No, but he was there in my room.
Did you talk with him?
No, that is,
Then how do you know he was there?
Well, Bertha told me he was there.
Bertha? Was she there, too?
Oh, yes. She told me what he wanted. He said he couldn't reach you.
Oh, why should John appear to everyone but me?
Well, I don't know, but I know he was there. I could sense it. I tell you, there was someone in the room with Bertha. It must have been John. Oh, let Bertha have the estate or something terrible will happen to all of us. Oh, please, Elizabeth.
Go to bed, Mary. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yes, Elizabeth.
The next day, Herbert goes into town and pays a visit to Henry Wentworth, Elizabeth's attorney. Wentworth was also John's attorney for many years and was familiar with the family for 2 decades.
Mr. Wentworth, you drew John Kemper's will.
Yes, I did.
Have you any idea why he cut his sister Bertha off without $1?
No, but in the last 5 years, John turned against Bertha. Turned against her violently.
Why?
I don't really know. She was his only sister, and he had no brothers. It was very strange.
What happened to Bertha's husband?
Well, he died about 5 years ago. Committed suicide. He worked for John at one time. Then John set him up in a business of his own. Thought he went to the wall, and the crash at 29 lost every penny. Just couldn't take it, so he killed himself.
He left nothing?
Nothing but an insurance policy to his wife, Bertha. Didn't amount to much. $5,000, I think.
Were John and Bertha's husband on good terms?
Apparently the best of friends.
How did Bertha's husband die?
Took poison. Overdose of sleeping tablets.
Oh, I see.
But from the day Bertha's husband died, John, her brother, seemed to turn against Bertha and shortly changed his will, cutting Bertha off. I was the only one who knew about it until the will was read.
Have you any idea why he changed the will?
No, none whatever. It was none of my business.
Yes. Well, thank you, Mr. Wentworth. I appreciate your telling me this. Good day.
Then Herbert pays another visit, a visit to Dr. Martin, formerly John Kemper's physician. Dr. Martin is at first reluctant to talk, but finally answers a few questions.
Doctor, you were John Kemper's physician for many years?
Yes, that's right.
Uh-huh. Was there anything wrong with him?
You mean, was he unbalanced?
No. Did he have any severe ailments?
Well, no. No, the last year or so he seemed to change considerably, though. Became a bit morose.
Anything wrong with his heart?
Well, yes and no.
Yes and no?
Well, he began to suffer from severe headaches. Took to using a lot of aspirin. Of course, too much of anything's bad.
He was killed in a car wreck.
Yes, he'd been to the city and was driving back home late at night. Drove off into the ditch.
Did you attend him?
I saw the body shortly after the wreck. He'd been dead about an hour, badly smashed up.
Was it his heart?
Oh, could have been, but I think he went to sleep at the wheel.
Was there an autopsy?
No, it was obvious how he died. His skull had been crushed in.
Mm-hmm. Who had he visited in the city on business?
Oh, I don't know. I never thought about it.
Where is John Kemper buried?
In the family vault at the edge of his own estate. Didn't you know that?
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes. I'd forgotten. Well, good day, Doctor. And thanks for the information.
Later that night, the household prepares to settle down to sleep. One by one, the lights go out in the various rooms. Now only that in Elizabeth's room remains.
Will there be anything else, ma'am?
No, Higgins. That'll be all. Has everyone gone to bed?
Oh, yes, ma'am. They've all retired. Is the milk warm enough?
Yes. Good night, Higgins.
Good night, ma'am. I hope you rest well tonight.
Thank you, Higgins.
The moon bathes the estate in its eerie glow. The big clock strikes off the hour. Then, in the distance, there is the howl of a dog. A mournful howl of impending doom. John's dog crying in its loneliness. Across the lawn from the family vault walks a haggard figure in the moonlight. A figure with long white hair walking toward the house. Then a few moments later, the weird figure appears in Mary's room, stands in the shadows, and points at Mary.
What do you want? Who are you?
I am John.
John? Oh, good heavens.
I've come back to talk to you. You must hear me.
I hear you.
I made a great mistake in life. I hated my sister, but I know all things now. Bertha's a good woman. I'm doomed to walk this place without rest until I've made amends. Do you understand?
Yes. Yes, I understand.
If Elizabeth refuses to listen to my pleas and leaves this estate to you, you will never rest a moment under this roof. For I can never leave. It rightfully belongs to Bertha, and to her it must go.
Oh, I don't want it. I don't want any part of it. I won't stay here. I promise. Just let me alone.
I will. If you and your son leave here at once.
We will. We will. Where are you? John? Are you here? John?
Mary gasps and suddenly falls back on her pillow. Poor Mary has fainted dead away. From the darkened stairway, the great clock chimes out the hour. 3 o'clock. Elizabeth, eyes closed but still awake, senses a presence and slowly opens her eyes. Standing close beside her is the white-haired figure, its face hidden in the shadows.
No, Elizabeth. Don't turn on the light.
Who is it?
You wouldn't want to see me. I've been out there too long.
John! John!
At last I've reached through to you.
Oh, I must be dreaming again.
No, not this time.
Why are you whispering, John?
I'm not whispering, Elizabeth. Can't you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What is that odor?
Odor?
Yes, a strange odor. Like the smell of flowers. A musty odor of roses.
Why, I've just come from the vault,
John!
Elizabeth.
John, what is it? What do you want?
You're going to make your will tomorrow.
Yes.
Only you can right the wrong I've done.
Wrong?
My father left this estate to me with the understanding that I should leave it to Bertha.
Yes, I know.
I suspected her of wrongdoing and cut her off, and instructed you to do so.
Yes.
But now I know that I was wrong. You must leave the estate to her. You must right my wrongs so that I can go on to my rest.
Yes, John.
If you fail to do this, I shall be doomed to walk this place throughout eternity. And all those who come here shall not know a moment's peace.
Yes, I understand, John.
If you fail me, you too shall suffer my torment with me forever.
Yes, I'll do it. I'll do as you say, only... John...
Your heart, Elizabeth?
Yes,
You haven't much time, Elizabeth. You'll be joining me soon. I know.
John, where are you? I promise, John. I promise.
Elizabeth clutches at her heart, gasping for breath. A few moments pass, and she revives sufficiently to reach for the stimulant on the nightstand. She pours a dose, and as she swallows it, she glances out the window over the moonlit grounds. Across the lawn moves the white-haired figure, gliding toward the family vault at the edge of the estate.
John! John!
Elizabeth drops the glass and falls to the floor. A few seconds later, Bertha hurries into the room.
Elizabeth. Elizabeth. Mary. Herbert.
What happened, Mother?
Hurry.
Good heavens. Is she all right? Elizabeth? Oh. She's dead.
Who screamed?
Must have been Elizabeth. Had another attack.
Why, she's still breathing.
Put her on the bed.
Well, there's the medicine. I'll get another glass.
You stay here, Mary. I'll get the glass from the bathroom.
What do you suppose happened to her? Maybe it was,
Was what?
I don't know.
What's wrong with you, Mother? You're white as a sheet.
Oh, am I?
What are you trying to say?
I saw it, too.
Saw what? What did you see?
Well, I saw him. John. He was in my room a while ago. I talked to him.
You talked to him?
Yes, and he talked to me. I heard him and I saw him.
What did he say? Stop whimpering and tell us.
He said...
Mother, stop it.
Oh, I won't stay. I won't.
Come back here. Grab her, Celia.
Elizabeth's coming, too.
Aunt Elizabeth. Aunt Elizabeth.
Oh, Herbert,
You're all right now. Just take it easy.
Yes, I'm all right. What's wrong with Mary?
She says she saw John and talked to him.
What?
I think she's imagining things.
No. She isn't imagining things. I know. I saw him, too. He was here. He talked to me.
Oh, now, look, Aunt Elizabeth. The whole thing is...
No. He was here. It was no dream. I saw him walk through the garden toward the vault.
When?
It can't be very long ago. There was a strange, sickly odor in the room all the while he was here. It smelled like musty roses.
Be quiet, Mother.
Now maybe you believe what I've been telling you.
What did he say?
It was about his will and my will. And he talked about Bertha.
About me?
Yes. He said he was wrong about you. Wants to make things right through me. He knew I intended to make my will tomorrow. And he told me just what to do. Yes, that's what he said to me, too.
You?
Yes.
Why, this is the strangest thing I've ever encountered. Why should he talk to you?
Well, he did, I tell you. And Elizabeth must do what he wants. Otherwise, something will happen.
What will happen?
Well, I don't know. I want you to call Mr. Wentworth, the lawyer, and have him here first thing in the morning. I want to draw my will, as John tells me.
Very well. I think I'll have a look around the grounds. Never go back to sleep now, anyway. So, good night, Aunt Elizabeth.
Herbert wanders about the grounds for a while and finally goes to Higgins, the butler, and after some persuasion obtains the keys to the family vault. The next morning, the lawyer, Wentworth, visits Elizabeth in her room.
Well, how are you this morning, Elizabeth?
Much better, Mr. Wentworth.
Here, you had a bad night.
Yes, I guess I had another attack.
Oh, so?
Mr. Wentworth, I want to draw up my will. I should have done it long ago, but, well, something held me back.
I see. Well, I'll take down the data and have it typed, then bring it back for you to sign. I'll be in court all day, probably through the evening, so I'll have to come around 11 tonight.
Very well, as soon as possible.
Good. Now, let's have the particulars.
Yes. To my sister, Mary Wilton, I leave the 5-room cottage in Danbury.
Hmm?
To my nephew, Herbert Wilton, I leave $1,000 in cash.
Yes.
And to my husband's sister, Bertha Mallory, I leave all other property, personal and real, amounting to some $400,000.
What?
Please. Amounting to some $400,000, according to my late husband's wishes.
What do you mean? John stipulated that you leave not a penny to Bertha.
John has changed his mind.
When did he change his mind?
Since his death.
Don't you think we'd better postpone this until you feel better?
I want my will drawn just as I have told you.
But what do you mean by saying John has changed his mind? How could he?
He told me so last night.
You know what you're saying.
Yes. I saw John. I talked to him. He was wrong in his attitude toward Bertha.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
I want it done as I say.
Very well. I'll draw it up this way. But I certainly think that...
You think I'm insane?
Well, since you bring it up, yes, I do.
So did I, at first. But I'm not. I'll be expecting you around 11 tonight, Mr. Wentworth.
Yes. Yes, of course. I'll be here.
Now it is shortly after 11 the same night. The lawyer has returned with the will, and Elizabeth has called her 3 relatives to her room.
Very well, Mr. Wentworth. This is drawn the way I want it.
You mean as John wants it?
I mean just that. I'm leaving the property that was mine before I married John, the small cottage, to you, Mary, and $1,000 to Herbert. All else I am leaving according to John's directions to you, Bertha. That's the way John wants it. And that's the way it shall be.
You must do as you think best.
I'm doing as John wishes. Hand me the pen, Wentworth. There you are, and I hope you all understand.
I don't.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Well, now that you've got it, Bertha, what good is it going to do you?
What do you mean?
How much chance do you think you'll have to use it? What happiness do you think it'll bring you?
More than it would you. Isn't it rightfully mine?
Is it?
That's the way John wanted it.
Oh, no, it isn't. It's the way you want it.
I had nothing to do with
John made a will, and he's never wanted to change.
Elizabeth knows better than that.
Aunt Elizabeth knows nothing of the kind.
This is my house now, and the sooner you leave, the better.
You'll be leaving sooner than I will, you and your spooks. You don't believe in ghosts, and you never saw one.
I saw John. Night after night. Everyone saw him.
Everyone but me, because I'm not a donkey.
Your own mother Mary saw him and talked to him.
Hush, John is dead in his coffin out there in the vault. I saw him.
But I did see him.
So did I.
You wouldn't know if you did see him.
We would. We've seen him.
Yeah. Then turn around. Turn around, all of you. And look.
John!
Good Lord.
It's him.
Is that John? Is it?
Yes, yes.
Take off your wig.
Higgins.
Yes, the butler. There's your spook.
Why, I'm sorry, ma'am.
You can go, Higgins. I'll explain everything.
Yes.
Bertha hired Higgins to impersonate John.
That's a lie.
Higgins would never have done it if he'd known about the murders. I trapped him into it. He confessed everything.
Murders?
What do you mean?
I got wise to the whole thing. I investigated the whole story about Bertha's husband and John's accidental death. They were both murdered.
You're lying.
I had the bodies exhumed and examined. They both died of an overdose of sleeping tablets. The very same purchased by Bertha at a certain drugstore.
He's crazy. He's crazy. I tell you, don't
She put
listen.
the tablets in her husband's aspirin bottle. She was the one John visited. That night he had the wreck. She must have drugged him. That's why he went to sleep at the wheel.
I didn't.
She killed her husband for his insurance. And John cut her off in his will because he suspected that she killed her husband.
It's a lie, I tell you.
John never wanted his will changed. I have proof of the whole thing, and the police are waiting outside now. You haven't a chance, Bertha. You're guilty.
The police. Oh.
What
no,
good
no.
will all this do you? Where is your fortune now? They'll hang you.
Oh, yes. Yes, I did it. I don't know why, but I did it. I gave him the tablet.
Did Higgins know that?
No. No, he didn't know.
Bertha, she's fainted.
Mother.
Oh.
No, she hasn't fainted.
Well, what's wrong with her?
She's dead.
Oh,
Mother. Mother.
Hand me that will, Mr. Wentworth. I want to draw up a new one in the morning.
Well, there you are. That's the story. John never wanted his will changed, and for good reason. He really knew the truth. But wait a minute. How did you figure this one out, Herbert? You didn't really have those bodies exhumed, did you?
I didn't have them exhumed. And if I had, there would have been no traces of sleeping tablets left. And there were no police waiting outside. I was bluffing, working on pure hypothesis. But it did work.
Yes, it worked, Herbert. And it afforded me a very nice story indeed. Thank you, Herbert.
You're welcome.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another weird tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Common criminal, and I didn't mean it. You know I didn't.
Oh, stop whining, Gerald. Take your medicine like a man.
What? All right, Harvey. I'll stop. You're responsible for the whole thing. You know you are. And since they can only hang me once, even for 2 murders...
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in Death's Goblet. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Sigmund Miller is Death's Goblet.
It all began at one of Arthur Cunningham's parties. He always gave a party when he came back from one of his trips abroad. I went there with Gerald, my partner, and his wife, Susan. Beautiful Susan. Did I care for her? People used to say so. But she was too self-centered a woman for me. I like to look at her just as I like to look at anything that's lovely. That was all. As for Gerald, well, he was rich, which was the only reason he was my partner. But suppose I start at the beginning, at the moment we got to the party and Arthur came over.
Well, hello, Harvey. Glad you came.
Wonderful to see you back, Arthur. You know Gerald and his lovely wife, Susan.
Of course. Hello, lovely wife, Gerald.
It's nice to see you again, Arthur.
Good trip, Arthur? Marvelous. And you're just in time for a drink. Let's get away from this mob. Come into the study.
Yes, why not?
I've just opened my last bottle of Chateau Albert.
Oh, nice.
Here we are. Oh, someone get the glasses out of the cabinet, will you?
I'll get them.
Large parties make me very nervous, you know. I'm much traveling.
Here we are. Hi. What an odd goblet this one is.
Oh, put that one back, Susan.
Why, what's wrong, Arthur?
Use any of the others, but not that one.
Oh, I'll be careful of it if that's what you're worried about.
Oh, it's not that. I just don't want you to drink from it.
What's all the mystery about, Arthur?
Well, you'd all think I was mad if I told you. Take a look at it.
It's a very strange-looking glass.
Yes, looks Venetian, possibly from Murano.
It is.
This red spot here on the side.
Yes, it's supposed to be a drop of blood.
Oh, that's very odd. How do you know that?
Well, Gerald, this goblet has a legend, a terrible legend. And, of course, none of you will believe it, but the story is that anyone who drinks from this goblet will kill someone.
Oh, that's wonderful. And you believe it?
Why, yes, Gerald. You see, I've had proof.
Good heavens.
I once drank from this goblet.
What?
Arthur, you're joking. You mean that
Yes, Susan, it was justifiable homicide, but after I drank from it, I did kill someone. He was a thief and he attacked me, but still I killed him.
Well, you never told us about that.
Well, it's not anything that I care to remember particularly.
Oh, how terrible for you, Arthur. Where did you get the goblet?
From a murderer. A man who killed his wife. They were auctioning off his estate.
Extraordinary. May I look at the glass, Arthur?
Yes, if you like.
Everyone stared at the goblet in silence as I held it to the light. It had a delicate brown tint, reminding me of old blood, except that it sparkled and glittered. The spot of red did look like a drop of blood about to roll down the side. It seemed ridiculous that this inanimate object could make men commit murder, and yet there was something about it that fascinated me, and suddenly I wanted to drink out of it.
You seem very interested in my goblet, Harvey.
Yes, will you pour some wine in it for me?
What? Oh, no, Harvey. This happens to be one superstition I believe. Everyone who has ever put his lips to this goblet has killed. I don't know why it's so, but it is.
Oh, it's silly, of course, but why tempt fate? Oh, nonsense, Gerald, nonsense. I'm going to drink out of it.
You'll have to pour the wine yourself, Harvey.
All right, I will. Well, here's, health and long life.
No, Harvey, I won't let you.
Oh, why, Susan, you shouldn't have done that. You've spilled some of Arthur's best burgundy and ruined a good tablecloth.
It doesn't matter. I'm glad you did it, Susan.
I won't let you or anyone else drink from that glass.
It's strange to get so distressed about a ridiculous legend.
I don't think murder is ridiculous.
You know, I'd like to get rid of it. I was thinking of destroying it.
Well, why don't you just fling it against the fireplace?
No, I can't.
Huh?
I've tried several times, but somehow I couldn't.
Arthur?
Yes?
How about giving it to me?
I'd rather not.
Oh, come on. You want to get rid of it, and I have a fine glass collection. I'd like to add to it. I'll keep it locked up.
You'll be sorry, but if you want it that badly, Harvey, it's yours.
Arthur, please don't give it to him.
Susan, what's the matter with you? You watch over Harvey as if...
As if what, Gerald?
Oh, the whole business is absurd.
Of course it is.
Yes, and if I should drink out of it and commit a murder, that would be the most absurd thing of all. I kept the goblet on the mantelpiece in my library where the lamplight made it glitter. I discovered that the red drop was not paint. It was ingrained in the glass. Oh, very cleverly. One night, both Susan and Gerald were at my home. As we chatted, I got up, went to the mantelpiece, and idly toyed with the goblet.
That goblet. It's the one Arthur gave.
Yes, you remember. He gave it to me.
Why don't you smash it, Harvey? Get rid of it. Ooh, it gives us all the creeps.
Well, Gerald, you aren't really afraid of a piece of glass, are you?
You don't believe Arthur's story at all, do you, Harvey?
On the contrary, Susan, I do believe it. But not the way you think.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean to say murder is not in the goblet. It's in me, in you, even in Gerald.
Oh, what a silly thing to say, Harvey.
Oh, yes. You don't need a magic goblet to commit a murder. All you have to do is let yourself go. Let go of the civilized controls that tie you up. Why, Gerald, if you had cause, you could murder me or even your lovely wife.
Oh, I couldn't kill a fly.
Oh, but you could if the fly gave you enough trouble. Now, supposing, just as an example, supposing that you discovered that Susan was really in love with me and only married you for your money.
Harvey.
Wouldn't that make you want to murder her, Gerald?
Oh, you're crazy.
That's not very funny, Harvey.
Even you, Susan.
What?
Even though you have a lovely face and exquisite hands, even you could commit murder. Why, there must have been times when you hated Gerald, or only for a moment, of course. But in that moment, if you were not so civilized...
Stop it, Harvey.
Why, you could even put your lovely hands around my throat.
Oh, stop it, Harvey. You're not that important to her. And then just why are we on this gruesome subject?
That's Harvey's idea of humor.
Susan looked at me, a touch of red at the point where the cheekbones make the skin taut. She seemed angry, but she wasn't really. Oh, yes, she loved me. I could see it in her face. She looked at me for a moment and then dropped her eyes.
May I look at the goblet, Harvey?
No, I'm afraid not, Susan. You might accidentally drop it.
It might be a good idea.
Well, I have an even better one, Gerald. And that's to go home before we get really serious about this murder business.
I sat there staring at the goblet after they left. It fascinated me, glittering in the lamplight. And as I looked at it, it almost seemed as if the red spot of blood was moving, rolling down its side. Why shouldn't I drink from it? Why? And before I knew it, I'd taken it down and put it on the table. I got a bottle of Burgundy, opened it, and I poured slowly, filling the goblet just up to the red spot. And then I drank from it. It seemed to me
that the wine had a different taste, although I drunk this wine often and knew its taste well. It was delicious. I had another. It was heady, and it made me a little dizzy, although I felt fine and free. Yes, light and dizzy. But after a while, when the dizziness wouldn't go away, I decided to go for a drive, even though it was close to midnight. I drove fast. The speed and power of the car gave me a feeling of great exhilaration. I took the turns at full speed, enjoying the danger of the sharp curves. Then I came to a long, level stretch of road. I pressed down hard on the gas. The needle of the speedometer slowly moved upward. 60, 70, 80, 85. The road, like a black ribbon, rolled up in front of me, and then I suddenly saw him, but it was too late. I struck him with my right fender. He never made a sound. The car swerved a little from the impact. My heart in my throat. I stopped. Then I backed up. Backed up. Backed up. Backed up to where the body was lying sprawled grotesquely on the edge of the road. One look was enough. He was dead. But no one had seen the accident. I stepped on the gas and drove off.
Death's goblet, and the man who drank from it. A corpse lying limp by the side of a lonely road. And a car speeding away as the clock strikes 12 for
murder at midnight.
Now, back to Murder at Midnight. Harvey challenged the curse of the goblet and found it true. He had just killed a man after drinking from it. Let's listen to him as he continues the story of Death's Goblet.
I knew now that the story of the goblet wasn't a myth, and I also knew what I was going to do about it. The next night, I got Gerald to come to my house to do some work.
I can't make head or tail out of your cost estimates, Harvey.
Well, now, really, Gerald, it's very simple. Just concentrate.
Why can't you take care of it like a good fellow? I'm awfully tired.
Well, all right. Let's stop for a couple of minutes. Have a drink?
Oh, what are you doing, Harvey? The goblet.
Why, you don't really believe that story of Arthur's, do you?
Well,
you're much too intelligent for that. Well, you only pretended in front of Susan, didn't you?
Well, I... yes. Had to pretend. You know, women.
Well, of course. And even if you did believe it, I've a feeling that... basically, you're pretty reckless, aren't you?
I used to be pretty wild when I was a young fella. On a motorcycle once, and...
Yes, I know, yes. Well, let's drink up. Find me a victim, will you, Gerald?
Huh?
Well, you know, according to the legend, I've got to murder someone. Maybe even you.
Harvey the murderer.
Yes. Very nice wine. How about another?
Right.
Well, here's to your lovely wife. And how about switching glasses?
Huh?
Well, you might as well get a kick out of it, too.
Well, okay. Here goes.
I watched the fool swagger as he drank down the wine. In an hour, when he was alone, he'd be shivering with fright at what he'd done.
Well, I did it.
You certainly did. And by the way, Gerald.
Yes?
I checked Arthur's story about this goblet.
Yeah?
And it seems that he's right. Everyone who ever put his lips to this goblet has committed a murder.
You mean?
Well, of course, it's all coincidence, but then again, who knows? All the next week, I kept reminding Gerald about his drinking from the goblet. I wasn't really trying to get him to kill, but it was amusing to see him get upset and uneasy. And I noticed he was getting a little bolder, particularly with Susan, and had developed a temper. And one night, just as I was about to retire...
Hello, is that you, Harvey?
Yes, Susan, how are you?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm just a little worried about Gerald. He usually gets home at about 6, and it's 11 o'clock now. Do you know where he might be?
Why, he's having dinner with his sister.
His sister?
Yes, a tall, dark girl. She was in the office today, and...
Harvey, Gerald has no sisters.
Oh, he hasn't?
No.
Oh, I guess I got him mixed up with someone else. Yes. It was Les Gordon who was meeting his sister. Yes, Gerald had some business to take care of over in Milford.
You're not very good at covering up, Harvey. I'm coming right over. Please wait up for me.
Good. Things were beginning to happen. It was becoming very interesting. Now we'd see.
Harvey, I want you to tell me everything. I must know. Who is this girl?
Take it easy, Susan. Come, sit down.
Oh, never mind that. What about Gerald?
I don't know anything about Gerald's private life. And besides, you're not the one to talk.
What on earth do you mean?
You know perfectly well what I mean. You don't really care for Gerald. Actually, you're in love with me.
Harvey.
Well, you are, aren't you?
Maybe. Sometimes I think I am. Oh, but you're too cold-blooded. I'd never be sure I could trust you.
As a matter of fact, you'd like to get rid of Gerald.
Why do you say that?
Well, I'm just putting your thoughts into words. You never really loved him, did you?
Oh, but Harvey...
And he's finally become unbearable, hasn't he?
Oh, Harvey, if you only knew.
Do you know that the last time Gerald was here, he drank out of that goblet of Arthur's? It's possible that he wants to get rid of you, too.
Oh, stop it, you hear?
Well, I'm just telling you what I think you ought to know.
Oh, we'll see. I left word at home that Gerald was to meet me here. And if he does come, well, we'll see.
We sat and waited, not talking much. Susan's face was pale and agitated. It was most exciting. Susan, with all her charm and embellishments, was really a fierce animal underneath. I could almost hear her rage seething.
Are you expecting anyone?
Just Gerald.
Well, let him in.
Oh, hello, Harvey. Susan, what's up? Why did you leave word to meet you